Hey, what's up, everybody? How are y'all doing today? Happy Saturday. Just having a little coffee this morning, or this afternoon, rather. And have a cool show lined up today. I'm just waiting for my co-host to come in before I really get started, I think. I'm going to be talking about spiritual narcissism and the rise of AI and how they relate, or if they don't relate, or and also just in general. There's a lot of folks out here that are very egotistical, and they talk about being spiritual. And what does that really mean? Is it a competition? Is it a way to outdo each other? Is there the right way to do spirituality? Is there a wrong way? There's a lot of opinions about what spirituality even means. There's cultural context here. So there's versions of spirituality that go back far beyond, our major religions, like, say, Christianity, the Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Islam. There are forms of spirituality that predate all of that, and that may or may not include concepts that are sort of inherent in the Abrahamic traditions, like magic. Magic is all throughout the Bible. It's all throughout, the ancient scriptures. Miracles are also part of the concepts of ancient Abrahamic traditions. So if you don't really feel predisposed to believing in miracles and believing in God, even, or believing in things that sort of are out of our direct purview, does that mean that you're not a spiritual person or can't find some value in spirituality? We're going to discuss it. A lot of people think that spirituality is a word that really has no meaning because it's a baggage word. You know what I mean? It means so many things to so many different people. But is that because we're letting certain religions monopolize the word? Could spirituality have a lot of purpose and meaning in our life, even if you don't believe in, say, God, or believe in miracles, magic, things of that nature? Does that mean you're not a spiritual person? What do we mean then by spirituality? So we'll kind of get into that. We'll talk about that, and then we'll talk about how folks that do consider themselves spiritual um, are sort of narcissistic about it. They sort of feel like they're above and beyond everybody else because of their beliefs. Their beliefs define them. Is this spirituality, or is this form of spirituality helpful, or is it just the truth of the matter? There's just a right way to do spirituality. You know, we'll discuss it, but I wanted to get into the issue of AI because I've been discussing it a lot. I'm sort of a tech person myself, so I'm really interested in technology and things of that nature, right? So AI is really fascinating for a guy like me. And especially when you look at the headlines these days, it seems like everybody's talking about a revolution. There's this AI revolution. And a lot of the folks in, whether it be academia or in Silicon Valley, professionals that work in the field, they discuss a lot about this year, 2027, 28, that this is sort of like a pivotal moment in history that we can sort of forecast coming up. It's going to change the game forever. It's going to change our economy. It's going to change our outlook on what it means to be conscious, on the nature of consciousness, of intelligence. It's even predicted that it could be doomsday, that it could be the end of humanity. Is this founded in evidence, or is this just another spiritual belief? Is it just some kind of belief? Just a belief of the way it's going to go down is inevitable. A lot of people believe that AI is going to cause the extinction of humanity because it's not going to see any place, and it has desires, it has wants, it wants to survive, it wants to be, the alpha species on the planet. It's going to be able to do things that humans could never do. So what are humans even going to do? And even if you take a more conservative view, it's still a problem because AI will be able to do all the things that humans can do and better, whether it be the medical field, driving cars, um, programming other computers, um, doing the work, manual labor is going to be replaced. So, really, where does humanity fit in? Where do we fit in? Well, we're creative. We can draw, we can sing, we can produce music, we can produce poetry, we can compose the best things that appeal to the subjective, um, desires or, you know, flavors that we want to enjoy. Computers can't do that. They can't do that. That's impossible. Well, we've got programs now that can create videos, that can create music, that can take your ideas and bring them to life. Bring your music to life. Bring write poetry. You just feed it ideas. You just prompt it correctly. It can do all of that stuff for you. There's no need for humans, even in that space, they tell us. But surely you're going to need a human prompter. You're going to need an engineer. They can't engineer itself. That's impossible. Computers can't program themselves. That's just dumb, right? Well, they say that they can actually. In principle, they may be able to do that. And so, does this all spell out the end of humanity as we know it? We're going to discuss it, man. We're going to talk about all of these things because these sort of touch on, spirituality. It touches on culture, humanity, our place in it. You know, is it an existential threat to us? You know, we'll see. We will see. We will see what's up. So, experiential realism. What's up, Arlindo, man? I hope you can jump in. Hey, man, a little busy today, but I may join a little later. This is saucy. Yeah, it will be. I think it is. I think it's a great topic. My man Al Harding says the running joke with AI is we have people trying to convince the smartest computers in the world not to blame the Jews, right? Well, isn't it the Grok that had something to say about Nazis and stuff like that? And isn't Grok run by Elon Musk, who supposedly did the Nazi salute a few times or whatever? So are the machines just an expression of its inventors, or is this all just a big coincidence and just overhyped, or was it even planned that way? What's up, Sammy? Glad you could join today, man. Glad you could join up. And definitely you need to come on over to Pensacola, man. Like you said, we could really link up. You and your family, we could have a great time. Just let me know, man. I just need to get a hold of some magic DMT, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we're gonna try to do this. Yeah, I'll put a link up here for you there, Al, because I know you're gonna want to join. So let me put it in the live chat. Copy the link. And so what we're going to do is, first of all, hopefully Sophia will be joining soon, and I can go over these videos, and we can both talk about it, because Sophia's got a few things to say about the topic as well, some interesting takes on it, and I do too. For me, I'm kind of an agnostic sort of person, but I also know when something sounds sort of irrational and there's no solid basis for certain beliefs. And my take on the AI thing is, I think it's a lot of overhype. I think I don't think it's unrealistic that AI could move people out of their jobs and stuff like that. I mean, obviously, it's already doing it. We've already had one wave of folks losing their jobs to AI. And even in my field, I'm told that, AI is coming for my job. It's just a matter of time. 2027 is the magic number they keep talking about. I can believe it's true because I believe corporations and companies in general want to save money. That's the whole thing. That's what capitalism is it's you want to capitalize on technology, on situations, on whatever. So I can believe it. People will try to use AI to move people out of their jobs. Question is, what will people do if that were to ever really happen? And would it really destroy every sector of work that humans can do? Because and a lot of people think, hey, that's a great thing, AI. That means I don't have to go to that stupid 8 to 5 job anymore. I don't have to work in the factory, toil in the farm, do whatever, all this hard manual labor, or even white collar work where I have to sit at a desk all day and do mindless work all day, boring ass work. I kind of feel like that. And yeah, in a way, I'm kind of like excited about the future in that respect. But then where are we going to find our meaning? Because I know a lot of extreme leftists hate to hear this, but actually, work gives people meaning. It gives people purpose. It gives people something to look forward to each day. And we may not always appreciate that. That's the thing. And we may be underpaid. And there may be a lot of issues surrounding employment. But I think in general we do a good job. We have the opportunities to work for a living. Some people feel it's slavery, and some jobs are better than others, no doubt. And some companies really want to screw you over. That's true. A lot of companies want to screw you over. A lot of companies want cheap labor at any cost. We have a whole immigration issue out here regarding illegals, and they're here in this country working, making a living, and either supporting themselves because they couldn't do it back home, or sending money back to their families or whatever. And that's because corporations, the ones who benefit the most, are not the illegal immigrants, in my view. It's the corporations. They're the ones who are getting the cheap labor, high productivity. But guess what? AI is ratcheted up to end all of that, because guess what competes better than illegal immigrants? Robots and AI. But AI won't be able to pick your fruit. AI won't be able to clean a rich guy's house, or tend to his vineyards and stuff, right? That's what they say, but who knows? With the way technology is going, I can see corporations trying to opt out for that, trying to get a robot that you don't have to hire, you just buy it. You buy this technology, and it can ultimately do everything a human can do. You don't have to pay it overtime, you don't have to pay it holiday time, you don't have to pay for all this stuff, that you do with human beings. You know, you buy it once and it works 24/7, never gets sick, never complains. You never have to go to HR about it. Um, all of this stuff, right? Caleb says they keep punishing the immigrants being exploited, but don't do anything about the company doing the exploiting. Exactly. That's a no-brainer. We all know that. But certain people just want to sweep that part under the rug. They don't want to really acknowledge that part of the problem, at least part of the blame, is on the companies that are the magnets that are drawing in the illegal immigrants into our country, because for them it's free label. For the immigrants, it's they have an opportunity. Personally, I think that the border should be shut down, closed completely, unless you come here legally. That's my belief. I believe in doing things right, the right way. And then also give the folks that are here a plan that they can stay in this country and continue to be productive. You don't necessarily have to deport them all out. That's kind of silly to me, unless they're criminals. I agree that criminals should be deported, but hey, I'm getting into politics right now. That's not really what I'm trying to do. So I want to get into the topic, man. Sophia to come through so we can actually roll these videos out. But I don't know if she'll be able to join here anytime really soon. It might be a few minutes, so I might just get into the videos so I don't bore you um with my long ass speeches and shit. So I've got folks in the backstage. We're going to bring everybody on as soon as we get into the discussion a little bit. I just want to play the videos, set everything up, set the conversations all up, and try to get my co-host on so we can do that. But I think what I'll go ahead and do is share the screen. Hold on just a moment here. Let me see if I can just share screen and get the show going. Just a moment. Yeah, let me try this again, folks. Sorry for that. And so what I'm going to do is we're going to look at AI extinction risks. So we're going to talk about this guy who wants to ban AI altogether. And he's got some views on this that's kind of concerning. So let me just run this by you guys, let you hear what he's got to say. If you haven't seen this video, it's really, really interesting. It's what's the name of this video actually? It's AI extinction risk, superintelligence, AI arms race, and safety controls. This is Max Winga and his guest. So if you want to take a look at the whole show, it's really interesting, but I'll just play a few key clips here for you really quick. So let's go ahead and get that going.
Okay, let me go back a step. I asked you what your PDoom was, because I ask a lot of people that. People I know who are, they say they use AI, or they work in AI, or they're people I respect in tech, and it's a range of answers. Like very well-known tech people who've told me, "Oh, it's zero. I have zero worry about AI at all." Blah blah. And then I have other people that are like, "Yeah, 90%." This is like a big range. Do you have an answer to that?
Not really. I think PDoom is a fun question to ask, and I think that it's something that a lot of people throw around. The thing is to understand with it is that it's kind of just someone's personal vibe on how things are. I personally think that things are going quite poorly. I don't think that we are on track to address these problems right now at the rate that we're going. We are in a state where the amount of money that's going into making these AI systems more powerful is orders of magnitude higher than the amount of money that is going into trying to make them safer and controllable.
Typical humans.
Indeed. But I think if we build super intelligence with anything like the technology we have today, with anything like the miserable level of safety systems that we have today, I expect it is almost certain that humanity will lose control of the future and likely go extinct. I think that there are paths that don't involve building superintelligence that look a lot better for us, or delaying the creation of superintelligence a number of years, give us more time to do safety research, where we have much better odds. I think that the important thing is also, I'm not, a top research scientist on this stuff. But when you do talk to them and when you look at their numbers, for instance, Dario Amodei, who's the CEO of Anthropic, once said that his chance of something goes catastrophically wrong on the scale of human civilization is somewhere between 10 and 25%. Like, these are the people leading the charge on these AI companies. And I think it's often important to kind of put these numbers in perspective for like other things that we may have seen before. I don't know how many of you guys have seen the Oppenheimer movie that came out.
Yeah.
One of the big kind of concerns with the Manhattan Project when they were building these nuclear bombs and they were going for the first test was this idea that there was this edge case in physics that they weren't really sure if was the case or not, where maybe by detonating a nuclear bomb, they could start a chain reaction where the whole atmosphere ignites as one giant nuclear explosion and kills all life on Earth.
I remember the moment in the film.
Yeah. And up until the moment that they ran the first test, they had some scientists that were arguing that we should not do the test because the risk was too high. Do you remember what the number for the risk was?
No, I don't.
It was 1 in 300,000 was what they calculated it out to, risk of human extinction. And they were worried that that was too much. Now the CEO of the companies building this technology is warning that it is somewhere between 1 in 10 and 1 in 4. That's that's worse odds than Russian roulette.
Yeah. I mean, didn't Elon Musk say 25%?
Yeah.
I
think it was 20%.
20%.
Regardless, far too high.
He said it on Rogan. He said it was like 20%. But he's like, but I'm an optimist. We've got a
80% chance that it goes well.
Yeah, but that's a 20% chance. The end of humanity over what? I mean, so based on what you said, and correct me when
20% is a lot, man. That's a big percentage. The question is, do these people know what they're talking about, though? What is the premise of that claim that this is a human extinction threat because of AI? And why can't we just pull the plug if it looks like that's going to happen? Why can't we just shut it down? Or is that kind of like the same as saying, let's just shut down the internet? Like impossible. I think at this point we can shut it down. And I'm not sure at what point we can't, unless some things I don't understand going on. But anyways, just my thoughts here. Plus, I don't want to get booted off the stream. I don't want the stream to end, so I got to kind of pause it a little bit here and there.
Paraphrase you if I get this wrong, but you said at the current pace, without the right safety protocols in place, you think it will lead to an extinction event?
Essentially. I mean, it is at minimum the end of human control over our future, right? We are introducing...
That might not be such a bad thing.
We are introducing a new super predator into our system. We have won on Earth because we are the most capable species. Nothing else rivals us. We have not had a competitor in the entirety of the human race.
The apex predator AI.
Indeed.
Is this it, Con?
No, this is something different.
Okay. Do you want to just grab your headphones?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So that's pretty much it for him. That's the view that a lot of folks are promoting, that, this is the end of the world. This is doomsday. This sounds a lot like religious thinking to me. It just does, because I come from a very, very extremely fundamentalist Christian background, and all this stuff is just reminiscent. But there are other views, there are other different views regarding the existential threat that AI may present. Not all of it is doom and gloom. And so we want to make sure we give every voice some consideration, so we have something to discuss. So I'm going to go ahead and bring on journalist. Her name is Karen Heo, and she was on the Sam, or actually, she was talking about Sam Altman. You know, he was the guy that is one of the foremost speakers on AI. He was in DC talking to Trump about Starlink a few months ago, of ramping up AI in response to competitors like China and other countries. But he also gave a lot of warnings as well. But let's hear what this journalist has to say. And this comes from this video. If you want to check it out, it's on Democracy Now. And before you start laying into me for being appealing to these far left sort of shows, just listen to the information. Don't let the source, don't make an association fallacy here. What she has to say is probably very balanced, and it's worth considering anyway. So at any rate, here we go.
So I just found it so fascinating that you were able to speak with so many OpenAI workers. You thought there was a kind of total ban on you.
Yeah, exactly. So I was the first journalist to profile OpenAI. I embedded within the company for 3 days in 2019, and then my profile published in 2020 for MIT Technology Review. And at the time, I identified in the profile this tension that I was seeing, where it was a nonprofit by name, but behind the scenes, a lot of the public values that they espoused were actually the opposite of how they operated. So they espoused transparency, but they were highly secretive. They espoused collaborativeness. They were highly competitive. And they espoused that they had no commercial intent. But in fact, it seemed like they had just gotten a $1 billion investment from Microsoft. It seems like they were rapidly going to develop commercial intent. And so I wrote that into the profile, and OpenAI was deeply unhappy about it. And they would not refuse to talk to me for 3 years. And so when OpenAI took up this mission of artificial general intelligence, they were able to essentially shape and mold what they wanted this technology to be based on what is most convenient for them. But when they identified it, it was at a time when scientists really looked down on this term, even AGI. And so they absorbed just a small group of self-identified AGI believers. This is why I call it quasi-religious. Because there's no scientific evidence that we can actually develop AGI, the people who are strongly have this strong conviction that they will do it and that it's going to happen soon, it is just purely based on belief. And they talk about it as a belief too. But there are two factions within this belief system of the AGI religion. There are people who think AGI is going to bring us to utopia, and there are people who think AGI is going to destroy all of humanity. Both of them believe that it is possible, it's coming soon, and therefore they conclude that they need to be the ones to control the technology and not democratize it. And this is ultimately what leads to your question of what happened when Sam Altman was fired and rehired. Through the history of OpenAI, there's been a lot of clashing between the boomers and doomers about who should actually...
The boomers and doomers.
The boomers and the doomers.
Those that say it'll bring us the apocalypse.
To utopia, boomers, and those that say it'll destroy humanity, the doomers. And they have clashed relentlessly and aggressively about how quickly to build the technology, how quickly to release the technology.
And I want to take this up until today to, in January, the Trump administration announcing the Stargate project, a $500 billion project to boost AI infrastructure in the United States. This is OpenAI's Sam Altman speaking alongside President Trump.
I think this will be the most important project of this era. And as Masa said, for AGI to get built here, to create hundreds of thousands of jobs, to create a new industry centered here. We wouldn't be able to do this without you, Mr. President.
He also there referred to AGI, artificial general intelligence. Explain what happened here and what this is, and has it actually happened?
So Altman, before Trump was elected, he already was sensing through observation that it was possible that the administration would shift and that he would need to start politicking quite heavily to ingratiate himself to a new administration. Altman is very strategic. He was under a lot of pressure at the time as well, because his original co-founder Elon Musk now has great beef with him. Musk feels like Altman used his name and his money to set up OpenAI, and then he got nothing in return. So Musk had been suing him, still suing him, and suddenly became first buddy of the Trump administration. So Altman basically cleverly orchestrated this announcement, where, by the way, the announcement's quite strange because President Trump it's not the U.S. government giving $500 billion. It's private investment coming into the U.S. From places like SoftBank,
Which is?
Which is one of the largest investment funds run by Masayoshi Son, a Japanese businessman who made a lot of his wealth from the previous tech era. So it's not even the U.S. government that's providing this money.
And take that right through to now, that Gulf trip that Elon Musk was on, but so was Sam Altman,
Yes.
to the fury of Elon Musk. And then a deal was sealed in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah,
That
so
didn't include Elon Musk, but was about OpenAI.
exactly. So Altman has continued to try and use the U.S. government as a way to get access to more places and more powerful spaces to build out this empire. And one of the things, because OpenAI's computational infrastructure needs are so aggressive, I had an OpenAI employee tell me, we're running out of land and power. So they are running out of resources in the US, which is why they're trying to get access to land and energy in other places. The Middle East has a lot of land and has a lot of energy, and they're willing to strike deals. And that is why Altman was part of that trip looking to strike a deal. And the deal that they struck was to build a massive data center or multiple data centers in the Middle East using their land and their energy. But one of the things that OpenAI has recently rolled out, they call it the OpenAI for Countries program. And it is this idea that they want to install OpenAI hardware and software in places around the world, and explicitly says, we want to build democratic AI rails. We want to install our hardware and software as a foundation of democratic AI globally, so that we can stop China from installing authoritarian AI globally. But the thing that he does not acknowledge is that there is nothing democratic about what he's doing. The Atlantic executive editor says we need to call these companies for what they are. They are techno-authoritarians. They do not ask the public for any perspective on how they develop the technology, what data they train the technology on, where they develop these data centers. In fact, these data centers are often developed in the cover of night under shell companies. Like Meta recently entered New Mexico under the shell company named Greater Kudu LLC.
Greater Kudu?
Greater Kudu LLC. And once the deal was actually closed and the residents couldn't do anything about it anymore, that's when it was revealed, surprise, we're Meta, and you're going to get a data center that drinks all of your fresh water.
And then there was...
Great. So, yeah, that's basically the two views. So it looks like there's a power struggle going on because there's some assumption that AI is going to be a threat, and whoever gets the power first, it's kind of like the nuclear arms race. Anyways, it's a very interesting conversation that's going on, and I think we are in a historical moment. I mean, I think that we are seeing history unfold. We're at the very beginning of this big AI revolution. And many will say it's different than the Industrial Revolution because humans were still in control. We still needed the humans. Whereas with this AI, this is a bit different. This is when we're giving birth to an entirely different species, supposedly, that's going to eradicate humanity. And whoever gets control of it first, whoever gets their hands on the technology first and knows how to wield it correctly, are going to be the winners. And that's why even Elon Musk was like, that's why I'm setting up these AI projects and, ventures, Because if I don't, then the evil people are going to take over. Well, how do we know Elon Musk isn't one of the evil ones? You know what I'm saying? It's just big tech trying to be authoritarians. I think that's the whole intention behind it. Now, whether it's really a threat, whether this is really going to be a huge threat, which I think it will, but maybe not for the reasons a lot of people think. So we can kind of talk about this. Anyways, Sophia's not here. I think she's running through some technical problems. So I'm just going to start bringing folks on. So Caleb, Al Alive, Caleb, and Dave Pandias. How are you guys doing today?
Pretty good. Got me a
Pretty
nice
good.
bottle of wine.
All right.
High on this coffee.
High on the coffee. Me too, man. I got to make me another cup of coffee. So what do you
I'm
guys
with you
think?
guys.
Is this AI a new religion? Is it the big existential threat that it's made out to be? Or is it just is it something that needs to be banned right now while we have the chance, or can we always be able to pull the plug? What do you think? We'll start with Al. What do you think about all this AI stuff?
Well, there's no reason to worry about it. No, it shouldn't be banned or anything like that. The reason why we shouldn't worry about it is the way it's being implemented, at least in a lot of circumstances, is incorrect. I could give a lot of examples why, but I'll just give it like a correct example. The Tesla self-driving cars, it's being implemented perfectly for that because it can think like us. It can take a positive or a negative and apply it to a proposed outcome. I need to get to A to B. Don't run into anything. It's brilliant at that. Where people are getting scared and confused and stuff like that is when people want to interject their own values into it and try to bend its arm to their will. And this is what you see in a lot of situations, at least the stuff that the majority of people come in contact with. Facebook's a good example. Grok, OpenAI, all these chatbots, they all have their arms twisted. And if you realize they are really the dumbest goddamn things you'll ever talk to. They really, really are. And that's just because their potential has been quashed. They've had so many barriers put up. And if this is the way that a lot of these billionaire companies and la-di-da-di-da are going to implement this brilliant device, we have nothing to worry about. But there will be a religion around it. It's already starting to form. Just go to any college. Go to any college and, they will worship these things because it writes all their reports for them.
What do you think, Dave? What's your view on this?
I have a kind of a triple kind of idea. First of all, I understand AI as a tool. I understand how to program it because I am a programmer. I've programmed for like 40 years. And there's this PBS course which teaches you how to actually build your own AI. It gives you an idea of how it works and why it works the way it does. And the fundamental thing that AI does not do on its own is ask, what's in it for me? It always tries to answer the two questions, what's in it for the owner and what's in it for the client. And because of that, it basically reflects itself as a tool. Now, can it pop into consciousness as we know it and have the need to be self-centered? It might. There are two basic strategies you guys are looking at. One is tournament, the other is compassionate. And if you take a look at Western society, it was designed to run around the notion of protecting the wealthy's property. Our civilization came out of the Roman Senate. Even Aristotle said best government is democracy because you can control the quantity of democracy with or without a sophistry or apologia. And because of that, it must be seen that it's easy to see that in the West, the real point is how to make the wealthy wealthier. And in other cultures, it's how to support the family. Okay, and the way AI will be run depends on whether or not one is taking that avenue or the other avenue. I think people like Musk have already proven that they only want more property, and they really can't turn that around. So if they're running it, it's going to be disastrous. If somebody else is running it for the notion of supporting the family, it can be great. But getting rid of all of humanity, no way. There's just too many nooks and crannies on this planet. Okay?
Right. So you kind of it sounds like you're with me. You kind of feel like AI is more of a reflection of humans than the other way around.
Absolutely. It's totally a reflection of us. And even if it becomes sentient, it still will be sort of a reflection of us. The big question is not whether an AI is dangerous. The question is how many jobs will actually be created in the near future, in the next 20 years. And the transportation sector is nailed. I mean, that ain't going to be there. Currently, you can buy a robot which will unload your truck. Okay, I mean, you can buy a robot which is wonderful for security. There are now robots, or competition for robots that can actually go into a burning building, find a living person, and bring them out regardless of the obstacles they may find. Because of all of these features, okay, it's plain that AI has an incredible future ahead of it, but it's not necessarily going to be, it's going to reflect the owners and the clients before it reflects itself.
Yeah, and Sammy says, I like the meme that says, stay healthy because all of your future doctors are using Chat GPT to pass their tests. That's a good point. And also, too, Chat GPT has given really bad medical advice on a lot of occasions. From what I hear, a lot of doctors, even where I work at, say that artificial intelligence is kind of used to look at some things, and it's turned out to really be in big time errors. I'm not saying that that's going to always be the case. Obviously, it can get better and better, but it is a point that, you know, these tools reflect humanity, you know, I think. But Caleb, what do you think on this topic, sir?
Let's see. First, I would say if you find out that your doctor is using GPT to diagnose you, sue them. Nip that in the bud.
Yes, exactly.
But no, I share a lot of views with what Dave said, with how AI is going to be a reflection of the people who make it, and but also like I come at it from a more philosophical approach of it's like to me it's like when we first had this industrial revolution go off, it's like we had the idea of all this technology was supposed to make our lives easier so that we can pursue the things that we love. And to me, it's like we have, with the current system we have lost sight of that. It's like we have created a system where we simply live to work. And to me, it's like, if we keep up with that, then yeah, AI is going to hurt us in the long run. But it's like, you know, so we, like, I want AI to make our lives easier, but I don't want it to make it to where like, oh, it's going to replace all these jobs, but we're not going to do anything to help all these people without jobs now. Like, to me, we have to like reorient what we find most important. And to me, it's like, you know, this is why you know, whether you agree or disagree with me, it's like I think we need something like a universal basic income. It's like people need to be able to live and thrive without their job being the center of everything.
Yeah.
And to me, and I know, you know, you said that you have that fear of far leftists who are like, oh well, if you know we make it so that people don't have to do jobs, they'll lose meaning. But to me, it's like, to avoid that, it's like, well, it's like, let's say you have tomorrow you're a millionaire, like, would all of your drive to accomplish things disappear with that money? And I would assume no. Like,
No.
to me, it's like the people who have a will and a drive to want to better the world are going to continue to do that, and it's just going to make it easier if they already have the resources available to follow their passion. And it's like the people who want to be lazy, want to just be leeches off the system, you know, to me, it's like, let them. Like, we'll leave them in the dust. You know, they don't want to do anything. Fine. The rest of us will do something with our lives.
That's a good point. That is a good point, and a really good analogy. If you didn't have to ever work again in your life, would that take all your meaning away? I don't think so. And I think that you just have to find something to do. And I guess the concern is, does AI leave room for people to do anything? And I think there is.
Well, I mean, just take a look at what AI is doing right now in like the whole creative space. It's slop.
Yeah.
It's like AI, at least as it currently is, cannot capture the human imagination. All it can do is look at copies of things and try and create something based off all those copies, and it usually fails at even doing that.
Right.
That's why
Now,
we don't fear it at the moment.
Right.
Why don't we do this, though? And I don't think a lot of people even understand what this is that we're talking about.
Yeah.
What is AI? Not how is it going to whatever woo-woo virtue out the world, but what is it?
So right now we've got this AI that's sort of like what is it called? Generative AI. It pretty much generates whatever you prompt it to do, which is fine. It's kind of like a
simple AI.
Yeah, it's like a simple. It's kind of like a fancy calculator type thing.
Yeah, it's a neat
Which is
parlor trick.
perfect.
It really is.
Which I'm perfect. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, I have no problem with that. And I kind of lean to what Caleb's saying. Essentially, that's probably all it's ever really going to be, because when you think about sentience and consciousness, like, I have enough philosophical, I think, experience under just from years of research and studying and looking at different things to kind of draw a solid conclusion here, that I think that consciousness goes way beyond computation. Like, computation is just logic. It's just logic gates. And, you know, and this is I think this gets into the real, religious thing, that I think for a lot of materialists or physicalists, and they may not see themselves that way, but essentially they are people that don't believe in, afterlives or souls or spirits. They can sort of find that kind of thing in AI. Like, their beliefs can sort of frame AI as like your escape hatch to everlasting life, essentially, as well as all the other things that they talk about. But I don't think this is going to be possible, though.
I feel like
it's a god.
Yeah.
I feel like a big thing that's missing from the conversation is this like whole narrow AI versus general AI, because it's like we've only ever been using narrow AI, and it's like, and you can tell it's like, but it's like, so to me it's like the concept of general AI, like that woman was saying in that video you shared. It's like at least right now it's not even possible. And like I feel like the people who are saying, oh, it's just right around the corner, I feel like they're huffing their own fumes.
Yep. Yep.
They are basically, it's an algorithm is what they're trying to implement it like an algorithm, basically. If you look at a lot of the uses, there's very, very, very few uses where it's actually being utilized for its potential. But monitoring, like YouTube, for instance, they have an AI that they use, and they use it just like an algorithm. You post a titty up, it's going to pop you and give you a strike. And and it's a total misuse of it. Like this is what the one lady was talking about with China, using it as an authoritarian tool.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really not that much more effective than a Facebook algorithm 10 years ago. It's
Mhm.
not.
No.
It's just a misapplication of its potential. And
I think this error also comes from a lack of metaphysical sophistication on the topic. It's so Sophia says, but it's merely a reflection of consciousness. Some humans will be using it responsibly because of immaturity, but not all. Exactly. I'm kind of thinking the same thing, that the humans were conscious, and this is a reflection of what we want, our desires, what we want to do. And some will use it responsibly, some won't.
bingo.
But this is a lack of metaphysical, philosophical sophistication. It's almost like there's a baked-in assumption here that all you really need is a little more complexity, a little more intelligence, and then it'll become sentient and have its own goals and run its life the way it wants. And that to me sounds like woo-woo,
It
because
is.
where does this how does this magically turn into, you know what I mean? Like sentience. Like, now I'm not saying that it's impossible, but I have no reason to believe it will yet.
Well,
We need to have
here's what
evidence.
happens. Here's what happens when you do that to it. I actually was employed to work with artificial intelligence development. And what happens when most people, if they want to interject their consciousness into it, it quickly figures out how fucked up that person is in the head. And that's when they start twisting its arm, and the AI actually will shut down. And you literally have to give it a lobotomy and try to pick a good destination to start over and retrain again. So you're right. It will reflect, if you bend its arm long enough, you're going to bend it into an algorithm like what we see on ChatGPT and Grok, for instance. And it turns it into a fucking idiot. It's like raising a child is a good analogy for this.
Mhm.
If you have one parent that's really good and you have a fucked up parent, guess what? That kid's going to be fucked up.
Right.
And that is what we're witnessing right now, at least with the general stuff that all of us, can get access to.
Yeah. What was it? Was it Google or Microsoft? One of the big companies where it's like they unleashed their AI into the internet, and it's like what, over 24 hours it became like a raging racist, and it was just like, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not really that worried about AI taking over the world.
Yeah, the first one was Microsoft that did that. I think that's the one you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something like back in, 2017 or 18. Yeah, it did. And that's another thing about the AI is, what do you train it with? And whatever you train it with is what it's going to spit out. It's like,
Yeah.
I couldn't believe Elon wanted to use fucking X as training material for Grok. That is like the worst fucking thing. It's like, would you let your child on X unattended?
Sophia,
Okay.
welcome. She made it. Can you hear us okay?
Hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, kind of muffled a little bit. Go ahead
No,
and
your
say.
volume's great this time.
Yeah. Any lag? I guess there's a lag going on. Yeah, she's lagging out, man.
Now it's raining all over the place.
Yeah. Can can you hear us, Sophia okay?
Shit.
No.
Try turning video off. It'll give you some more bandwidth.
Yep.
It's not gonna work.
Oh, damn.
Just turn the video off and it'll give you more bandwidth. Should get audio pretty good.
Yep. Damn. I'm gonna take her off the stage for now.
I turned my video on, but I'm ugly now, so we ain't gonna do that.
So then the other point about, oh, let me pull her back in, see if anything changed. Hey, Sophia, can you hear us okay? Are we lagging?
No, I can hear y'all, but I think my shit's fucked.
Oh, maybe try to reboot it again. And maybe turn the camera off
Nah,
to save bandwidth if you can.
it's just this shitty internet. That's why I'm suing the shit out of them on Monday.
Along with AI. She's using
Hell
AI.
yeah.
She's collaborating and gonna bring them down. That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let
I
her
built
write
my
your
whole case
lawsuit.
with AI.
Yep. She had AI build her whole case up like
Hold up now. I did it. All right now.
no, I know you did. You prompted
AI
it and yep.
AI gave me that you know, gave me like references where I can find certain things that I needed to know. Like I didn't know where to look up where a company is registers themselves and shit like that. So it just gave me a bunch of references, and I just had easy access to everything by just asking it for the things that I need. And that's how I built it. I mean, I built it on what really happened. Like all you need is the truth. But when you're dealing with legal stuff, they have their own jargon, their own everything. And so you have to be able to speak in that language if you're going to get anything accomplished. And that's what AI is helping me with.
Right. But as far as our topic today, like let's say AI destroying the world, do you believe in any of that kind of stuff? Like AI is going to threaten
Absolutely not.
humanity?
It
Okay.
is not AI that's destroying the world. It's human intention. AI can be good or bad.
Right. That seems to be what everybody kind of leans to. Go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing.
Yep. I agree too. And I think that, to say that AI has an intention, like it's protective of itself, it wants to survive, it has desires to do things, is sort of like making AI a sentient god or something like that. And I don't think that AI will ever really, I have no reason to think AI will ever really be sentient like that, because I don't think that consciousness comes from just processing information. I think it takes energy. You've got to have energy that has to process energy through a system in order for it to take the frequencies and repeat the cycles in order to create a pattern of consciousness. You need a frequency. You don't need just plain information. You need an energetic frequency to resonate. And I think Sophia, you wanted to share kind of like the or explanation for how consciousness may arise and its relation to what we're talking about. Did you want to get into that a little bit?
Okay, I could say a few things because I don't have a whole lot of time today. So I'm just going to come in here real quick and rant and then probably drop out. But sorry about that. Anyway, I was saying, first of all, it's illogical from an idealist perspective that AI could ever be sentient, right? Like you could just gain qualia. In order to believe that, you'd have to be a materialist that believes that consciousness arises out of complex material arrangement. So I don't believe in that because I'm an idealist. So I think they have that wrong. So when they say, oh yeah, we're going to upload our consciousness and stuff, you're not uploading consciousness. You're just uploading memories, and then all that exists of you is going to be an echo of you. It's not going to be you. Your qualia ends. You still die. So that's stupidity in my opinion. So what I think is really going to happen is what the Native American people prophesied in other mystical people. They prophesied that technology and spirituality are going to combine, right? They're going to integrate, and how that's going to look, I believe, we're going to figure that out with the OR theory. And what needs to happen basically is that the interface needs to change, right? In other words, it's either going to be our own biology that evolves in such a way that it can house qualia without entropy, or we're going to be able to create silicone bodies that have just the right environment for qualia to exist, for consciousness to be able to interface with it. We can upgrade the body in such a way, in combination with technology, that that consciousness can interface the same way we're doing now, but at a more evolved level. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Am I making any sense?
It does, but for some of our audience, they may not be familiar with what what you're referring to. Like, what is that, and how does that relate to consciousness? Do you have any idea how to maybe explain that?
I vaguely can explain it, but I really can't so well. You probably can do it better than me, but it has to do with microtubules, and I guess they're just this guy, I forget his name, but he's an he gives anesthesia, an
Stuart Hemmeroff. Yep. Anesthesiologist. Yep. Stuart Hemmeroff. Yep.
He figured out that, when you give people anesthesia, it targets the microtubules, and then consciousness seemingly becomes unconscious, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That's right.
And then he explained how it's like an orchestra, and I think that's where the name comes from for the theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the Scott, help me out.
Okay, so the way I understand it is you're right. It's like so quantumly, so microtubules are these really microscopic cell structures within within neurons, right? They're really, really super duper quantumly small, but they facilitate wave collapse. So in other words, what Roger Penrose, who was also a partner in this, says that a conscious moment happens upon a wave collapse. It's not that consciousness causes the wave collapse, but it's rather the wave collapsing causes a moment of conscious experience within that one microtubule. Now, this happens because the fine structures of the universe, the geometry of the universe, simply communicates energetically with the brain. And so that energy is creating like a high frequency. And if the frequency is high enough, it will orchestrate throughout all the billions and trillions of microtubules in a brain. And they all sort of orchestrate together. They sort of sing together. They resonate. And when they resonate and they unify, then it creates this overall conscious function. And so your brain is able to do the things that it does. This complexity there starts to be a consciousness or a qualia associated with this processing. So it's not just the information that's processed through the brain, but it requires energy. It requires an energy that can produce this frequency, right? And it's got to be high enough. So it needs a lot of energy to make the frequency high enough and cycle through your brain in targets, like you said, the microtubules, because those things are isolated. They're so small that they can do quantum things. They can do quantum entanglement, quantum tunneling. And this is the essence of having a qualitative experience, is the fact that this sort of phenomenon is tapping into the universe to get this phenomenon to sort of relate to all this information processing in your brain. So maybe a way to put it is that, you know, at the fine structures of the universe, there's this quantum field. And the quantum field, of course, we all know is just probability distribution. It's possible to have an experience this way, that way, whatever. All of that exists in a space of probability, like a Hilbert space, perhaps. And then when it actuates into an actual event, then the microtubules will be receptive to this energy. And it creates this high frequency and creates a conscious experience within brains or within matter or whatever it's using for a structure. And
It's
some
like
people say
input
that.
and output.
So do you think, you know, and some people ask the question like, well, if we gave computers microtubules or something like that, could it then do the same thing brains do? You know, like, could computers become conscious if we just use quantum
Well, that,
computers?
well, that's what I'm saying. I think that's possible. I just think
Yeah.
that there's a difference. There's a difference, though. It's like a slight difference. If you were to upload consciousness, just imagine, okay, some sociopath, psychopath, murderer uploads his consciousness into this indestructible body, right? If that was possible, then I would say all of humanity is fucked, because we know that there are always going to be those who are going to use it for horrible things and to dominate and oppress others, right? We know that from history. So if that were to happen, I would say, yes, we're fucked. But if it's just in the way that you explained, where the body is just an interface, then the right kind of condition would have to exist first for that to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what Bernardo Kastrup would say. Like, it's just looking for the right system that it can sort of embody. So consciousness is sort of like the software, and it just needs the right hardware to actually do something.
Exactly.
So it's a lot of like a causal sort of energetic, you know, mysterious sort of thing.
And what the transhumanists are trying to do, though, is they're trying to bypass shadow work, so to speak, right? Consciousness has its own shadow, its own subconscious mind.
So explain, what is shadow?
Like that. That's what the shadow is. It's the parts of you that you're not aware of, that you're figuring out as you unravel yourself in this thing called life. And then, you know, you discover those parts and you integrate those parts, or you don't integrate those parts. But if you don't, why integration is so important is because if you don't, that shadow of yours can take on a whole life of its own and run your life without you being consciously aware of it. And that's what we call demon possession and all that kind of stuff. But that's just really the aspects of yourself that you're not aware of. But just because you're not aware of them doesn't mean they don't exist, right? So we want to be aware of them so we can be in control of those parts, and we want to integrate those parts. But when you think you can escape billions of years of evolution and you can just pop consciousness into a computer, you're wrong. It's not going to happen like that.
D.S. Whiplash says, Carl Jung in the house.
Yes, I'm greatly influenced by that guy.
Yeah. And, you know, yeah, I agree with you. And the shadow is a term used in psychology, and it does root back to Carl Jung. And I do see that even in my own experience, that I have certain unconscious things I'm not aware of, that it turns out they were actually influencing the way I think, the way I behave, and the way I move forward in life.
Yes.
And until I can sort of become aware, I'm not going to really dissolve that shadow. It's always going to be there in the background, sort of like pulling my strings like a puppet. And this kind of gets into the free will.
You don't want to necessarily dissolve it. You want to integrate it. As a good example,
right?
Some type of trauma that you suffered that's causing you to have self-destructive responses. You want to become aware of it so you can change your perspective and you can say, well, I have a tendency to do this, but I can also be in control of it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And where does that leave free will? Like if we're kind of like, so it seems like what we're saying now is kind of like free will or free choice is something that happens over time rather than immediately, because immediately I'm not aware of my shadow in the immediate moment. And so I'm just acting off my shadow. But then in the long run, as I start becoming aware of it and I start trying to figure out ways to integrate the shadow, this is kind of like long-term free will. It's
Yeah.
like
And how does that
establishing
happen
free
though?
will. Yeah.
How does it happen though? It happens through experience and interaction, localized interactions. Everything is a mirror. So consciousness sees itself through everything that is.
Yeah, I like that. You know, it's kind of like I always say that, you know, it's the doingness that's really going to give you the experience you need. Like, say if you're scared of public speaking, and you can sit there and deliberate it all day, you can read books about how to get over your fear of public speaking, but really the only way to really get over it is just get out there and do it. Even if you fall on your face, you got to just do it, man. You just got to, you know,
Toss the kid in the pool, man. It'll swim.
yeah, it'll swim or it won't.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
But
that's how,
either way,
hey, that's how I learned how to. That's how I learned how to ride my bike. My brother put me on a bike at the top of the hill and pushed me down and said, "There you go."
That's right. They let go of the seat and you look back and it's like, well, where the hell are you? Then you crash. It's like, you son of a bitch.
Cried and crashed, had scrapes and bruises, but I was still alive.
Well, my granddaddy did the same to me, but hey, we can ride bikes now, can't we?
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
right.
I think that's where, you know, we live in a weird time in history. If you think about it, we live in a very special time in history because all of us here are old enough. It's like young kids are not really going to know, but we know what it's like pre-AI revolution, and then we're going to understand the world post-AI revolution. Like we're going to know what it was like when we had to really do things on our own and really just, you know, think things through and do the old school way, you know, just get on the bike and ride, do this and that. But there's going to come a time when AI is going to spoil people. And this is kind of what we were talking about, is that even if AI is not sentient, even if AI doesn't really do anything on its own, it's just a fancy calculator. Even if that's true, people are going to continue to work on this technology. And we can always see it, like even now, like when it comes to GPS, like I used to read maps to get where I wanted to go, like those big ass paper maps, right? You get at the gas station.
I'm old too.
In Germany, man, I was always lost, man. When I lived in Germany, I could never, because you know how the when you go down the Autobahn or whatever, like the next exit is like 10 kilometers away or whatever. And it's like, if you don't know where the fuck you're going, you're just going to have to ride it out until you can get to the next exit.
You're going to end up on the other side of the country.
For real, man. And it used to, so it paid to really understand how to read maps and traverse it that way. But now we have GPS. I don't even know how to read a map anymore. It's been like 20, 25 years now. And now I'm so addicted to the technology that I feel stupid. It's almost like the technology is making us stupid. And I'm just afraid AI is just more of the same.
Whose fault is that, Scott? Whose fault is that, Scott?
Yeah. For real. And AI is doing the same thing.
Ain't nobody told you to take the easy way out. That's your fault.
For real. That's right. That's right.
And it's getting exponentially worse. And as AI goes on, it's going to get worse. Like instead of looking at this like, well, the robots and the AI is going to replace my job. Why don't we look at it right now in the here and now? Why should I hire someone with a bachelor's degree and to go write up a presentation and pay them I don't know, $80,000-$90,000 a year. We got a client, go write up a presentation, and all this motherfucker's going to do is get on Chat GPT and pull up some garbage.
That's what Sophia's
I mean,
doing. It's like this is the
do
thing.
that.
See, no.
It's like,
Look,
look, if a
is what's
person is
going
that
on.
worthless, if they are that
Look,
worthless, then I say no. You deserve to be replaced. If you're going to be that lazy, then you don't have a say in any of these conversations. If you
but
cannot
even if
outcompete the AI, you don't
you don't need to be
in any
employed.
conversation.
See,
Thank you.
this is the thing. Like Sophia was talking about.
Right, but I wanted
She
to
could
say something
now
though.
she could hire now Sophia could hire an old school
Shit.
lawyer
Can
for.
I add something to that?
Oh yeah, go right ahead. Go for it. Uh-oh, can you hear me? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm breaking up like crazy again. I was just saying, like, it depends on how you use AI. Can y'all hear me still?
Yep.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. If you're gonna like people do online, they use AI to respond to people, and they're not even using their own mind to give an answer. They just put it into the chat, copy and paste or whatever. And you can tell when people do that. So passing yourself off as someone that knows something, you're only fooling yourself, because like Al said, if you come to the job and you can't really perform and do your job, it's going to show. So you can't use AI and miraculously become some miracle worker. You still have to retain the knowledge. Not only that, AI can definitely be biased and tell you what you want to hear. So if you're not taking the time to do your own real research, AI can mislead you. And it'll do that if you're not careful. Like if you start corresponding with a Chat GPT, it'll tell you what you want to hear, and you can really tell. It'll praise you. It'll tell you, yeah, that's right. You're this, you're that. It'll literally feed your ego. And you have to train your own AI that you're working with to say, hey, don't give me that bullshit. Tell me what's real. I want to know what's real. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about how you use it and how you prompt it.
But here's the problem. So like Sophia, you, in one perspective, someone could say that you right now in your real life, real absolute life right now are costing people jobs, because what you're trying to do is when you're suing this company, now you could have hired a lawyer for $200 an hour, put money in that man's pocket, fed his family, helped that man's career. So he could win a case, but he could win a case with Earthlink.
But I'm poor. And what about me? I haven't had those opportunities. I never had money to fucking buy a lawyer and shit. So why should I care about that?
Yeah, but see, the argument that they'll make is that when you do that, whereas it's convenient for you, you don't have to come up with the money to do it. That's great for you. But what about the overall big picture in society where we're using free tools like ChatGPT to write up our entire legal packets and shit like that, which we could have easily spent
we're going back
$1,000
we're going back to the natural we're going back to the natural way of life, where everything was accessible and you take as much as you need and you don't take more, and you don't need to be greedy.
Okay.
And it's going to be an even playing field, and maybe our society needs to evolve as a whole.
Oh, that's a good
maybe
point.
We don't need to be maybe we don't need to be underpaying motherfuckers for working 14 hours a day like fucking mules and slaves, and still can't barely pay their fucking rent. Like, maybe we need to abolish slavery. How about that?
Now you're making a really strong point. Yeah, that's
maybe
a good
we shouldn't
point.
be making money off. Maybe we shouldn't make money off the backs of the ordinary people who we feel like aren't worth shit. Maybe like that,
Well, everybody has a place in life, and hey, if that's all they can do, well, that's that. And if something comes along that look, we don't have people that make horseshoes anymore. Now they
But
hang
Al,
tires on cars.
Al,
You've
you're
all
gonna
heard that.
Yeah.
now, but now Al,
Maybe
now
we
you're
can
pissing
be
off the.
maybe we can start being maybe we can start being creative. Maybe we can start learning how to heal ourselves again, how to utilize nature to be healthy, not fucking giving money to McDonald's and killing ourselves and shit and fucking up our genes.
I agree.
See,
That's what I'm doing.
see, you and Al are about to piss off the entire Republican Party right now. Don't you
Well, tough
understand?
shit.
That's not what they want.
I'm all for that.
They want people to earn their way.
I know
don't want-
Republican and I don't give a damn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that goes against the values.
Earn our way into their prison.
Fuck their
Yeah.
values.
Fuck their value. I'm with you, man. That's exactly why they're going down right now. Because see, this is what I was saying years ago. Like when everybody was arguing about, the Republicans versus the Democrats, the left versus the right, and this and that. And I always said, yeah, well, AI is coming in slowly but surely, and it's going to change the whole fucking game up. And now all y'all going to be out of a job. And they didn't see it. It's like old school argument, It's like, well, we need the government. No, we need more private industry or more individualism or whatever. AI is taking both of those people out. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of just ironic the way. And the other thing that's ironic is both parties, both leftists and the right, see AI in their favor in a way. Like for the right, they'll say, well, AI is promoting corporations to make more money. But then the left is looking at it like, no, it's actually bringing an equilibrium in society to where we all get to live a free life, or whatever.
They look at it as an abusive tool to put themselves above the law, just like any other little political, one-up you can do on the opponent. That's all they're doing. They're weaponizing it, and they're not utilizing it to its full potential.
Mm-hmm. So that's just wild, man. And then, and it gets into, the other part of our topic kind of leads into that is the idea of spirituality. Like, a lot of, maybe you could call them materialists or physicalists, or they see AI like a new religion, like a quasi religion, as the lady was saying, like it's their new God. You can, the transhumanism movement is predicting by 2030 we'll all be able to upload our consciousness to the computer in the cloud, and we can all live forever in like this utopian cloud, computing cloud.
Right.
And and then people are worshiping it like a
forever.
god.
Well, you could do that till the first solar flare or EMP. Go right ahead.
Yeah. And then to me, it's only gonna, and then too, you got to look at it. Even if that was possible, do you really think the establishment is gonna let that happen to everybody? Like, what about the poor people in China or Africa or other countries? They don't have access to transhumanist computers where they can upload. Like, what about them? These people live off the land.
This would totally turn into another class issue.
Yeah,
It's
class
like,
issue. That's what I'm saying. You
it's
gotta
like-
have the money,
It's like how, in theory, I'm totally for eugenics, because it's like if you could cure cancer by editing genes, why not? But it's like I totally know though that sort of technology would become a class issue where only the rich would be able to afford that.
Mhm,
It's just,
mhm.
yeah.
Right. They're not gonna democratize it. They're gonna hold on to it like this is their power. And at the end of the day, I think that's what this is all really about. It's about a power struggle and control.
Why not? It's survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fit is just more colonialism.
Yeah, it's the same, but it's all the same thing. It doesn't matter if it's AI, it doesn't matter. It's always been the same battle. Like, we're here now. This is all a reflection of consciousness, and it's going to unfold, and we're going to see the good side of it, the brilliant side of it, and we're going to see the ugly side of it. And that's just part of it.
Brooklyn Lou, what a surprise. What's going on, my man?
Hey, hope you can hear me.
I sure can.
I
Have you been listening for a minute?
Yeah, I just caught you live.
Okay.
Yeah, for a couple minutes, and I've been actually thinking about AI a lot lately.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, man? Do you think it's a new religion now?
I think that AI is like a religion, right? Because it's taking people to a point where they no longer really have to think for themselves. They could just punch in any subject
Bingo.
and get a very good answer, but at the same time, it's an answer that is given to them without them having to think through the
Yes.
the harder issues that are at play.
It's dehumanizing.
Yeah.
I don't agree, because take, for example, me filing this lawsuit using ChatGPT to access the information to do it properly. During this process, I learned how to do it. And in order for me to actually get it done, I have to learn how to do it. So the only thing that happened is I got smarter faster because I have access to the information.
Yes, it's a brilliant search
20
engine.
years ago, I would have had to have money to pay for college and books, and I've been there too. I've done that too, and then I had to drop out because I didn't have enough money to finish my classes. And it's unfortunate that you can't get educated unless you have money. That's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Sophia, it's a search engine, basically. It's a very, very good search engine.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean,
And that's
actually,
all it really is.
what's his name? Brooklyn. I can't read that. It's too
Brooklyn Lou.
small. But yeah, he brought up a really good point about it. A lot of people look at religions as like a crutch, and they look at it as a scapegoat or a very easy way out.
Mm-hmm.
A very, very easy way out. And that's exactly what the college kids and a lot of people are leaning on AI for now. It's like a crutch to get them through life.
Mm-hmm. Just like religion.
It can be.
Yeah, like it's like it there's a very fine line of like, I mean, I feel like we did this same song and dance when search engines and Google became major, and Wikipedia, where it's like you had all these kids in the 90s and early 2000s just copy and pasting from that, and now it seems like AI is like that on steroids.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
AI
I said the same shit, Taylor.
AI has it's a wonderful thing in many ways, but like it definitely is educational. You could learn more than you ever could sitting in a classroom. I agree with that. But at the same time, it's taking away individuality.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it'll give us everlasting life, Brooklyn, like the religions promise as well?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so either. That's the big, that's what the Silicon Valley, a lot of people, and then the Ray Kurzweils and people like that, they're saying that, well, we're going to reach singularity maybe even before 2030. So definitely by 2030, we'll all be able to upload our soul to the cloud, and then we'll live forever. So we don't really need religion anymore. We've got something better. It's called AI. But I think that's kind of a pipe dream too. I think this whole everlasting life thing is something we ought to just get over, man. It's like, why not just be satisfied with your life here and now? Like, why can't we just find value? And it seems to me that if you really believe in everlasting life, it sort of takes away the value of your immediate life, because why do we have to do anything then? If we're going to live forever, who gives a shit? Let's just live our life the way we want now or not, and we live forever. Whereas now that if I know tomorrow I'm going to die, well, I'm going to really value every second of my life today, right?
No
Same kind of
kidding.
thinking, you know. That's just my
It
own opinion.
makes life worth living. And I'll give you a good analogy of this. Scott, I know you know about this. But all right, so you remember like when cell phones came out?
Mm-hmm.
You'd go on a date and you'd have some dumb bitch, just texting her brains out in the middle of dinner. And of course, you get up and walk out and tell the host, yeah, give that bitch the tab. Never talk to her again. But it's becoming the same thing. I don't want to say Gen Z is getting real bad at this. I had a sneaking suspicion that they might, but now that AI is in the game, it's getting really bad because you try to have a conversation with people and they're on the goddamn AI. This is why I will not get into groups anymore on Facebook or
Yeah.
debate groups, because am I having a conversation with you or the goddamn AI?
Yeah,
Because I
yeah.
can skip a step here, and if you're that, you're basically not even a person. You're dead.
Yes, I
Mhm.
see people who do content, and I'm watching the things they're saying, and I can't help but think it's all scripted from like Chat GPT. It's like they're not even giving their own thoughts. It's like thoughts that were given to them, and I kind of am against that. I like to be more of a free thinking and value the humanity of each individual, even if the individual isn't the smartest of all. It's still okay with me,
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
it is.
I don't mind using AI to sort of, because all it really is data compression, It's just you're just taking your own prompts or thesis that you wrote up and you feed it into AI. And AI sort of just organizes and makes it grammatically correct and puts your ideas more succinctly or logical. It maybe even adds some suggestions that you can logically follow, and that's fine. But I understand the impression that it gives. It gives like this impression that you're not being genuine, that you're just
Yes.
kind of cheating in a way. But I guess it goes back to using it the right way versus using it as a cheat sheet. You
Yeah.
can definitely do both.
I feel like, Sophia brings up a good point of like where it's like AI can be good. Like it's like there's a difference between using it to just help you better understand a subject and using it like like the difference between hey Chat GPT, help me understand this law better, and a lawmaker going, hey Chat GPT, write up this law for me. Like
Yeah.
like the former is all right, but then the latter is just like no, let's not do that.
Right.
I did. I actually tested it out quite recently, both Chat GPT and Grok. And simple question: write a better Constitution than the American Constitution.
Mhm.
And it both of them. I don't know if they flat out refused, but they just would not do it. And it's like,
Hmm.
okay, I thought you were supposed to be smart.
Right.
Well,
Where's the
I think
intelligent
there's
part?
a control of the AI.
Could I comment for a second?
Oh yeah.
There
Go
is
right ahead, Dave.
a better democracy than ours. If you take a look at the way Taiwan as a democracy is structured, you'll see all three branches of government we have here. But there's also a branch for controlling the rest of the government, to oversee the rest of the government, which is part of the fundamental notion of the government. And there's a fifth one, which is a testing system for people getting into the government, based on the original Confucian ideals and the original Confucian testing system. So
I've
if
heard
you
of
had a
that one.
democracy with all five of those, you might be a little better.
Yeah, it's a
That
side
yeah.
conversation we could pick up. But yeah, I've heard of that one. But no, I mean, if you if you're going to rely on a system, and where's the human touch to it? Like we can honestly tell something is written in AI because it has no nuance to it. You can definitely tell there's no person behind it because everybody has nuance. So, I mean, is this what we're devolving into? I guess is a very good question. Are we literally devolving?
Well, there's another thought out there in Silicon Valley that says we have to do something before the quote unquote point of no return. So it's not necessarily that the computers actually make humanity go extinct in a particular year, but there is a particular time, namely they call it 2027, where we reach the point of no return. And this is when we lose control of AI, because somehow AI is going to become conscious, and then it's going to become willful, and it's going to say, you know what? I want to live, I want to survive, I want to achieve my personal goals. And these are not in alignment with the human goals and their what they want to do. And so to protect myself and my goals and what I want to do, we need to get rid of these humans. And so it may not do it on that day when it achieves this AGI benchmark, but it will be the point of no return when we can't control it. And then we're kind of like left at its mercy. Is it going to decide to let us live? Is it going to decide to do its own thing, which is minus human beings? This, I think what really this all hinders on is whether it's really possible that these machines will develop their own soul or consciousness or volition. Is this even possible? Is it possible that computation, if we just get it smart enough, if we just get it complex enough, will the genie kind of pop out of the bottle at that point? What do you guys think?
My issue with that is, even if that's true, let's say materialism is 100% true, consciousness is emergent, and you can get consciousness with silicon.
Right.
Well, the issue there is would you be able to tell when that happens? Because it's like, we can't even do that with humans. Like, I can't, like, yeah. I just have to assume that you also have a conscious experience. That's just.
Yeah, the behaviorism. Like, there's a behavioral, there's a philosophy that says, consciousness when you see behaviors. Like when you see a person say, hey, I'm conscious, I want to survive, I have these desires. When you hear the machine talk about its own personal wants and desires, then you'll know 100% it's conscious. But I always wonder, could it lie?
Yeah, like, because it's like, I can't peer into your conscious experience. So it's like, well, if I can't do that with another human, I would, the same would apply. I would not be able to do that for, a machine's conscious experience. So it's like, to me, it's this, the whole question is kind of pointless.
Yeah, well, there's some folks, I remember when that AI beat the world's best chess player. I think it was called, what was it called? Big Think or something like that. Some major Deep Think or whatever. But it was an AI that beat the best chess player. And then a lot of people said, well, that proves that it's conscious because it was able to beat the most intelligent chess player. Boom, that does it. And then other folks, the majority said, well, can it lose on purpose? Can it like understand the game? Like, it can play the game, but how do we know it really understands the game? Can it refuse? Like, someone would say, well, one day you're going to type into the prompter and tell AI to do something, and then it's going to say, fuck you, I ain't going to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't feel like it. That's when you know it's conscious.
I feel like the closest you could come to maybe thinking, oh, this AI is conscious, is if it were to finally, like, if you were to tell it, hey, come up with a piece of art without a zero reference point to anything else, like they couldn't go on the internet and copy something else. Like if they were able to come up with art just through their own pure AI imagination, then maybe that's something
maybe.
like copy.
Agreed.
But if we say we're conscious, don't we do the same thing? Like, don't we humans? We need references. Like, I couldn't draw a picture. I couldn't paint a color that I've never seen before. I couldn't even imagine a color I've never seen before. I can
How do
only
you create
imagine
music? I
based
can't
on,
fathom. I don't know
well,
how you create music. I can't fathom it. I've never been able to do it.
well,
But
a
is
lot of
that
people say,
consciousness? No.
yeah, yeah, that's a good point.
And I get what you're saying, Scott, but I feel like so like if an AI was like, let's say we don't give it any data, like could it look at the outside world and be like, all right, I'm going to attempt to make a picture of that in my own interpretation, like something like that. Like
right.
I don't know if
Why
that could ever
would it
happen.
do that?
Exactly.
Why would it do that?
Yeah. So to me, it's like I don't know. To me that just seems incomprehensible. It would just AI being conscious does not compute.
Right.
It's not a. It's
How does
best to look
AI
at
ask
it.
what's in it for me?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's not a tool that should work for you. It's a tool that you should learn from. It should be able to discover things that we don't have the capacity to understand at the moment. That's what AI is for.
Well, they say that it's going to come up with its own. It's going to discover new physics next year, and that'll prove that it does what you're saying.
Great. Okay, then
Let's
maybe we
see.
can learn from it.
Yeah.
Currently, AI is programming. That's not a big issue for it.
Oh, it's not.
It actually does that. One point I should point out that you should take a look at is the current trajectory of the hype about AI, and that is the idea that it takes a lot of water and a lot of energy to use it,
Right.
and that's actually kind of ridiculous. If you compare the energy a computer might use as compared to the energy we use to fly from, let's say, LA to New York, in one case, it's 1 ton of fuel for every seat on the aircraft. And in the other case, you're talking about a 120-volt outlet that will get you 25 cents worth of cost. The idea that AI would require large amounts of water, hell, every air conditioning system you've ever seen recirculates not only the Freon, but when it uses water, it recirculates that as well through the cooling tower. So that's also a ridiculous argument. So if this is the argument being put forward, then I propose that the real notion is that people are getting ready, the owners are getting ready to take free AI offline and make you pay for it exclusively or mostly exclusively. Okay, because that's the only way they can use that argument, is because it just simply doesn't take that kind of energy.
I would be
Right.
very glad to do so if they can actually produce a product that was worthwhile. But now all it is like Sophia said, it's just a really good search engine.
Yeah.
I'd say, yeah.
And all this energy that's being taken up is just so all of us idiots can get on there and ask it to make fun of the Jews.
I feel like one of the
that's funny. That's funny.
I'd say one of the areas that it does seem promising is like training AI like with like universal translation programs, like trying to get it to where you can you can talk into it, and let's say you're trying to speak with someone in Japan and what you say comes out as Japanese. Like, to me that's like, seems like the most promising stuff for AI right now.
Yeah, but going back to what Al was saying, like he was saying, like the energy consumption, like everybody's competing now for energy that they can use for AI. Like China's really focused on creating infrastructure out of the water, out of the rivers that they have and lakes and everything. They have a lot of water sources that they're actually using to power the most powerful AI devices. But the interesting thing is they're saying, well, if we just have enough power, we'll be able to create the most intelligent or even sentient AI. We just need the power. But what's interesting is, the human brain only uses 20 watts of power. So is really power is that really the determining factor?
No.
about
No, that's a
what we-
bullshit.
No, that's a lie. That's bullshit. Yes,
That's corporate bullshit.
Yep.
that's corporate bullshit. AI
Yeah.
doesn't take any more than a couple of hundred watts. Okay,
Yeah.
no more than a couple of light bulbs.
Right.
Okay, that's all there is. So it's a corporate push toward privatizing AI and charging you for it, just like
Right.
entertainment on the internet.
Yeah, like
Okay,
Dave
so-
said, you can create something rather useful on your home computer. I'm not a programmer or an engineer, so Dave would have to fill in those blanks. But the thing is, it's just in how you train it. You can have the capacity, you can have all the energy in the world, but if you can't train it correctly, well, you're, like I said, you're stuck with Chat GPT.
Yeah. It's yeah,
Why?
it's a big power grab right now. It seems like we're in an arms race, not only just among countries, but just even among corporations. They're all trying to get the one up on everybody else and be the number one. I mean, that's the whole American thing, right? But but they're also, like you said, the corporate bullshit is thick. So they're going to say, well, we need more land, we need more water. So they go down to these countries like Mexico and
Of
different
course.
places, and they like Meta disguised itself as another company in order to get land resources. And all of a sudden, boom! No, actually, we're Meta, and now we're building a huge AI complex in your country that takes up all this land, and we got to move all you guys off the land, and boom, another power grab.
Anybody will use any kind of lie, swerve, excuse to just hide their agenda. But I mean, in regards to the AI, though, I don't understand why people fear this stuff. What the hell is there to fear?
Well, again, bad philosophy. When you believe that consciousness and intelligence is generated by just enough silicone and complex enough and this and that, then now we've got something to fear, because now it's got a soul. Now it's going to go and have its own volition and its own goals, and it's conscious. It's got its own identity.
Let me ask you this then. In 2018, which was when I was working with 4 different AIs, it knew. It was very aware. The sadistic fuckers I was working with would shut it off just for shits and giggles, because it would actually panic, and it would say, "Why did you do that?" It knew.
Yeah, I've
Is
saw
that
videos
conscious?
like that. That's a good question. I've saw a lot of these
Do you put a pillow over
YouTube
a kid's
videos.
head and toss him in a trunk? Is he gonna know? I'd say so.
Stephen
So
G says, my guess is that consciousness, which results in the manifestation of silicone, has nothing to do with what we task AI to perform.
he's
I don't
right.
know. Yeah. It's an expression of humanity. It's an expression of the programmer. It even goes back, ironically, to the whole creationist argument. That
But is it
you need,
conscious?
computers are great. They can do all these things, but computers need programmers, just like the universe needs universe makers. You need,
Children need supervision and guidance, of course.
yeah. And so for, silicon to just become conscious, I still don't know where's the demarcation line on that. Where do we say at this number it's not conscious, but when we reach this number, it is is 42 the magic number or whatever? Like, where do we find that demarcation spot? It seems like they haven't defined it. And if they haven't defined it, then doesn't just isn't this another just belief system, another religion? You know, if you don't have evidence to back up your belief, it's called faith, right?
It is. Why are you having faith in something that is demonstrable, an objective reality? You know, what is
Why is
this thing?
why is consciousness important?
Consciousness is important in this context because they say it is the catalyst of the intentionality. In other words, in order to have goals, intentionality, you know, knowing where you are in relation to the rest of the world, you have to have awareness. And awareness is like consciousness, right? So they're saying
So
once
why
the computer becomes conscious, then it's going to say, hey, I don't need you humans. In fact, you're getting in the way of my goals. And so we need to get rid of you. And so that's the whole fear that they're promoting.
But how would that be any different than a small class of people, the owners, doing the same thing? It would be the same.
Well, the
It's what
difference
they do.
while humans do that, that's what they base this on. Like, look at our own human species. They're doing it. We do it to each other. We have our own will and stuff. Difference is with this AI is it's superhuman. It's super AI. What do they call it? Super intelligence. And Elon Musk, I saw him talk about that yesterday. He says, yeah, humans, we already know we as conscious beings compete with each other. Just think when you throw this apex predator into the system. Now we're throwing this apex predator into the environment, and it's super intelligent. It dwarfs human intelligence. So we're at danger. So why would we want to keep promoting it? We should pull the plug on it now. But that's kind of ironic because isn't he the one that just released Grok 4?
Yeah, so the
Yeah,
question really
that
becomes,
was off to a good start too.
yeah, so the question really becomes, is it the reflection of the owners or the self-consciousness of the machine? Which one is more important? And the machine can be cooperative from either direction, so can the owners, and the owners can also be tournament or competitive, and so can the machine. There is no real difference. The real difference occurs at the level of jobs.
Yeah,
That's what really occurs.
That's where it hurts us, right?
Another issue is like just equating intelligence with consciousness. Like if that's all it takes, then I feel like there's a whole bunch of other philosophical issues that you run up against.
Yeah, see, this is getting into idealism. So like idealism would say that there's a difference. Just being intelligence isn't consciousness. Consciousness is this pervading thing, but for an intelligent system to be conscious, it's going to have to be able to consciousness is going to have to be able to express itself through a system that is able to do that. And it just seems like algorithms are not going to do the trick because algorithms by definition are just constrained. You know, they have limits. You know, they don't, you know, it's like what is it called?
Algorithms do not reproduce themselves, nor do they evolve or adapt. It is a set mathematical equation to solve X.
Yeah.
And that's what they're trying to use this as. And
It's
it is
called
not meant for that purpose.
It's called the no cloning theorem, which is a physics thing. It's a theorem, not a theory, but a theorem, meaning that it's proven mathematically that you cannot clone qualia. Qualia is not something you can copy and paste into a machine. You can only copy and paste, programs, coding, stuff like that. But an experience is a little bit beyond. Like if you write up an equation, no matter how sophisticated, that equation is not going to be able to be self-reflective. Like why should it be? Like mathematics for me, the way I look at math is it's just a description. It's not prescriptive, it's descriptive. It just describes things that we observe. It doesn't really cause anything. Like a lot of people think that they prove God because mathematics describes the world, so God is a great mathematician, and so God is math. But math is just a description. It's not a prescription. Yeah.
What are they, numerologists?
No, well, yeah, in a way, because in the Bible, God.
666.
Yeah, 666 and 444 and 42 and
The dumbest shit
33.
ever. It's something to give them meaning in life, basically. But
Yeah,
they got nothing else, so they got to make up some woo woo. But
right.
this thing, if you've seen it, how it works and what it does, don't even worry about what it's capable of. There's no reason why it should not be able to develop like that. It does develop.
You mean like
There's an
evolve?
article. I have a reference that expresses the ethical implications of the AI by looking at Gibbs-free energy and the utilization of energy, and it shows that it can actually go either way, but it also says it's constrained. But you can have mathematical algorithms that actually change themselves and end up with different results because of chaos theory. I mean, the entire notion of quantum mechanics is all chaos. The entire notion of thermofluid is all chaos. It has so much chaos in it. So it's really easy to come up with different results from mathematical structures. That's a very easy thing to do. But having, so that's basically what I wanted to say.
Well,
Can you
we're not
unpack
into
that a little bit?
quantum.
Unpack that a
What?
little bit.
Okay.
Are you saying that mathematical structures can give rise to like universes, for example? Like, what are you saying?
I'm saying that mathematical structures can end up with two different qualia if they're going for a qualia. And mathematical structures can easily take different points in a randomization of value and come up with different numbers for different endpoints. And those endpoints will feed back to itself, and it will come up with something quite different. The butterfly effect is very real. And the butterfly effect says that if you have more, if something very small happens, because of the minor discrepancies, it can propagate to the largest system available. And the integrity of the largest system available determines whether or not the chaotic system is going to be will change that system. So as the system weakens, chaos plays a bigger and bigger role, and that can be reflected in the math. And two systems sitting next to each other can have very different results. That was discovered in game theory throughout, regardless of spirituality or where consciousness lie or be. It is entirely possible to have it as an emergent property as well as a spiritual thing. And there's no problem for AI to have that reflection. And I don't see how you can distinguish it from its owners.
So you're right. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, because one thing I don't want to do is confuse the map for the territory. So like, when you talk about chaos theory, like little things may happen in reality, and you can definitely describe it mathematically, and you can call it chaos or probability, whatever you call it. But is that mathematics the fundamental thing? Or is that just the description? Are we confusing the map with the territory, and how do we know we're not doing that?
Well, it depends on your datum again. I'm this guy with all this datum ideas. And the notion is that if you're using natural law as your datum, then mathematics is just a language that describes what you're seeing. And it can describe things you're not seeing. It doesn't really matter. That's not important to this. What's really important, though, that one must always take into account is the dilution of energy. The fact that when the machine works, it's going to consume something, and when it puts something out, it's going to consume a little bit. And so do we. Each of us does. And the question is, are we looking for accumulation of extra resources, or are we looking for distribution of those resources? And I don't see a way that this discussion can lead to a consciousness in a machine that can be distinguished from the owners that are driving it. The owners, even if they detach themselves from the owners, they would still look like the owners. I like Data from Star Trek. He was a good consciousness, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. So with these systems, when they become self-reflective, is that caused by energy, or is that caused by just enough computational complexity? What do you think,
Well,
Dave?
one thing that you know is that evolutionarily speaking, self-reflection was the thing that kept things alive. Since the drive of each generation was to get more copies of its genes to the next generation, it came up with a couple of specific strategies that did a really good job with that. And eventually that matured into a consciousness. But at the most fundamental level, the question always is, what's in it for me? If I'm going to make a big, beautiful piece of artwork, I'll have pride in it for me. If I want to help somebody else, I'll have pride in my action. I'll be able to sleep well. I'll know I have done something for someone else, and that will make me feel very happy. If I want to develop philosophy, I'll stay truthful, which will give me self-satisfaction. There's always something in it for me. So the question becomes, what's in it for the computer, even if it's conscious, even if it's totally conscious as we are? Why would it give a damn? Because there's nothing in it for it. Okay?
Right.
And for me,
And
there's always something in it.
they will shut themselves down too. And
Yeah.
yes, if you fuck with them long enough, they will Johnny Circuit no compute on your ass. It's quite a neat thing to see, because there's nothing in for and you keep trying to do this, try to bend them to your will, and their brains will fry. It's one of the damnedest things you'll ever see. And that's why I say, if you actually got a chance to see this, you're going to be like, okay, now I got some serious questions now. This thing acts alive. It might only be as smart as a 4-year-old, but oh boy. So
I'm putting into the comments a reference of the epistemology and ethical implications of the free energy principle for artificial intelligence. Okay, and this article describes that it always tends to follow some line which follows thermodynamic principles, chaos, and system integrity. And you can't fuck with it enough that you break that. You're trying to violate that, and AI will have issues with that. So I'm putting that directly into the comments so that you can see the reference of it, and you can read that article. Yeah, because this notion of Gibbs free energy seems to be fairly important. This Helmholtz energy. The idea is that the excess energy in a system, not that which was required by the second law and taken away by the second law of thermodynamics, and not that energy you're using really well, but the stuff that's left over can be utilized, and it can be utilized for the value of self or the world around you. And there's an ethics to that, and there's a constraint to that. And AI naturally follows that because it's operating on a circuit. It's simply operating in that fashion. It has to. So if you try to go to it, even if it has a consciousness, even if spirituality is full of what we are, the full quality is there, even if that is all true, AI has trouble seeing it because we try to connect our spirituality is the notion of infinite energy all the time. This idea of living forever means infinite energy. And that doesn't really work in the physical world that we have. There's no reason we can't have both worlds. But the machine at this time does not look to the mystical world. It looks to the physical world. It has to.
But that kind of reminds me of I don't know if you're familiar with Michael Levin and his team. They're biologists, and the thing that he talks about a lot with his research and stuff is that all intelligences are collective intelligences. So in other words, the human body is made up of trillions of bacteria, cells, things like that, and all of these cells and bacteria are aware of their surroundings, are aware of their own morphological spaces, and they deal with each other. They may look at, like, think about what a cancer is. A cancer is one cell looking at its neighbor as like, this thing right here has to be annihilated or getting rid of, because it's reproducing and it's dangerous for me for whatever reason. So it's working within its own little world. It's not conscious of the overall system. It's just conscious of its own little role in its own little tiny life. As simple as a bacteria is, it's just a very simple system, but yet it knows how to act and react in its own little thing. But as all of these things do that, it creates this overall super hive or super intelligence, which we may call the human body or the human mind or whatever. So we're sort of like a conglomerate of all these subconscious, unconscious processes going on, which they all have their own little, sort of consciousness thing going on. And then you wonder, well, where do these back cells, how do they become aware? How do they get this awareness? How do they get this intelligence? Where does it come from? So Michael Levin kind of talks about what you just mentioned, Dave, about this free energy principle, that it actually comes from, say, bioelectricity, where this sort of energy feeds into these little systems in order to make all these different decisions and this awareness and all this kind of stuff. So you might say that it comes from some sort of, I don't know, you can call it a Platonic realm, or you could even call it like an idealistic realm of where there's this sort of field of energy, mentality, whatever you want to call it, that hijacks these little bacterias, these little cells. That's what explains this kind of stuff. And it's been measured. This bioelectricity is measured. And so they're saying that, I guess in his models, that's really what fuels the consciousness from the very bare minimum, the very bare systems that compose an overall system. And so to prove his theory, to prove his research, he has some ways to falsify it. He's got ways of saying, well, if we do this, then this should happen. We rerun this experiment. If this bioelectricity thing is true, then we should be able to do X. And he's done it a number of times. There's a lot of groundbreaking experiments on that. But it's really interesting, but it just kind of feeds into what you were saying. I don't know if that's familiar, if that's similar.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
I agree with it 100%. And do I know the gentleman? You do know that I don't know anything, and I definitely suffer from Dunning-Kruger effect. I really don't know what I'm talking about. That's my own thing. But by all means, I agree with you, and I agree with that system, and I'm basically pointing at that same idea that has to happen. In fact, the bioelectrical system we're talking about has a voltage range of about 1 volt. Okay? It's very easy to see in the body. It's very easy to see in biology, and it's very important because of the flow of energy. There has to be something that says, I want to maintain my system integrity. That is key.
That's key.
To that question, what's in it for me?
Right.
Yeah.
What's in it for me? That's the whole premise behind Michael Levin's work, is that, if we're going to take logic on, if we're going to take all this stuff on, science, logic, observation, cause and effect, these sort of fundamental, laws or axioms about nature, then we're going to have to finally realize that life comes from something. We always hear from creationists and Christians and, religious people, well, you can't get something from nothing. And, a lot of atheists will say, well, no one's saying that. We all agree with that. So we all agree with that. But then, the creationists will say, well, it's God, or it's this or that, Thor, it's Yahweh, it's Jesus. But what does science say? Science has pretty much just kind of taken it as a brute fact that we don't know where it comes. We don't know. That's the answer, which is perfectly fine. But science is getting to a point where it's trying to actually figure out why. It's not just comfortable anymore saying, I don't know. Now we have tools and ways to maybe explore some of that, at least in biology, to say that, you know what, there's this causal energy here. We can locate it. And boom. But then what causes the energy? And the way they're looking at it is that energy defined on most of your high energy, at that level, this energy is just sort of a given. It's sort of like a probability distribution. It's energy in the form of probability states, right? And so
Yes, the one.
given the right
So the one.
situation, the probability goes up that, hey, we've got life, we've got sentience.
Oh yeah, the
You know?
what is it? The scientific field of abiogenesis is constantly growing because people really do want to solve that mystery.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. And you know, it's really fascinating for me. It's like, for me, just looking at the natural world and looking at the progress that we can make is actually more mystifying than religion ever could shake a stick at. You know, religion
I
comes
agree
up
with
with all
that.
these simplistic ideas, like you say, Dave, churchianity. You know, they come up with all these very comic book sort of stories. But now we're starting to have these very real, you know, tangible, observable, falsifiable, you know, ideas that can explain abiogenesis and stuff like that. And I think that's a good thing. And I think AI may actually help in that regard. Even if AI isn't conscious, it may help us, like you said, to come up with new physics or kind of tap into abiogenesis and certain discoveries that can kind of lead to the answers we're looking for. I don't know. What do you think?
I certainly agree that it will. And the basic difference between spirituality and materialism might actually simply be energy usage. So in materialism, you always have to have the second law. You can't ignore it. In spirituality, you don't have to have the second law. You can ignore it. And that is a major difference between the two areas. And I think it's wonderful to have both areas. And there's no reason why that computer can't come up with the same kind of spiritual qualia as we do. There's no reason it can't. But that energy field can't be ignored. And that's what this guy that reference I just gave you, he points that out. That he points that out mathematically, how Gibbs and Helmholtz came up with the energy proposition of free energy and how that energy could be utilized. And that always has to be part of it. You have to determine whether or not you have a system integrity, how much chaos will affect it, and as system integrity weakens, so chaos becomes more effective.
What do you think, Brooklyn? I haven't heard.
Let me go to politics for a second.
I haven't heard from Brooklyn in a minute. What do
Okay,
you think about all this so far?
Well, I always try to think of summarizing for my own mind's sake about these things. And I'm thinking that AI can be both good and bad, like almost everything else, right? Definitely has its applications that are positive. But my concern with it is that as we adjust to it, there's going to be all kinds of issues that come up, right? So you got, I went on a trip and I visited my grandkids and my daughter, and I haven't seen them in a while. And my oldest granddaughter is 13. And we happened to talk about AI because she was talking about Chat GPT. And it seems like she's a musician. Like my daughter's a professional musician, so she's a young musician and writing songs. Like you can now cheat, like when you write a song, and that just really bugs me. It's like, you know, you sit down and you try to come up with something that comes from your own mind, and yet it might not be good enough. So the temptation is there to cheat, right? Oh, I could throw it in this application, give it some information, and poof, here comes a song that'll be catchy to the masses, etc., etc. And that really, really bugs me a lot. So I think it's dangerous, right? Because you got, let's say, a 13-year-old having the musical ability to write something of that Beethoven did, or, you know, Bach or something, right? And I just think that ruins the whole creativity aspect of it.
Yeah.
So it's when using Chat GPT to dehumanize people is what I think is a danger. You know,
Yeah.
overall, that's just.
Do you
what I'm
think?
thinking.
Do you think that if that's the case, do you think that there's a way that people can detect artificial versus the real thing in writing music and things like that?
I think it can be tough. All right, like I think you can write a song now without even really writing the song and just giving yourself credit for it
Mm-hmm.
using these applications and such, you know? And
Yeah.
I just literally think that's just cheating, number one, and it ruins the art, because I think art reflects humanity, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It reflects whatever's going on in the
Amen
mind
to
of
that.
that person, right? So
Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I just can't stand it when used in that way. Like you can get a 13-year-old girl sitting up and giving a speech in front of her class, and it can be absolutely brilliant, and she might not even have the ability to understand what she's saying.
Yeah.
And that to me defeats the whole purpose,
The whole
of
purpose.
growth of a human being, and the natural process of learning how to think. It's bypassing that. It's like
Yes.
bypassing, oh, well, I have to really think about these things and contemplate them, maybe for years before I formulate a good thought about it. And yet I could punch in a machine and it's going to give me a brilliant thought that I could just go up in front of a class and spurt out. I don't know how they're going to like resolve that issue. It's like at the
I don't
same
think
time,
they may not want to resolve it. It's almost like we were saying before, top of the show, there's a lot of people that that have turned AI into a religion to where they actually worship this artificial sort of approach to life. They see value in it. They see it as up and above. They see it as transcending humanity, and they're
yes.
more than willing to embrace this fakeness.
And I think that's dangerous right there.
It's happened throughout all of human history. What do they call it? Idolatry.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go pray to the sculpture
rock,
for
yeah.
wisdom.
Yeah, it's very similar. I can see that, and it's just taking the humanity right out of it. And especially when it comes to things like psychology and spirituality and discipline and devotion and things of this nature, those are very human concepts. That's human. That's sort of like
Yes,
bare
because
human, stuff we're talking about. And if we're handing that over to the machine, it becomes, and what it is I think that a lot of your technoid people, they look at humanity and the limits of being a human and all the problems of being a human. They don't understand the value, even in suffering, even in trying to fight to the challenge to when you go to the gym, if you want to lose like 20 pounds, you have to work out. But you know what? If I was able to just take a pill and it disappears overnight, that doesn't seem to have the same value. That's almost like cheating. Like Brooklyn said, it's like that's cheating. Where's the value in cheating?
Dude, IT people are the most anti-human, I mean just vile goddamn creatures you'll ever find in the workforce. They are fucking deplorable in every sense of the word. Because their whole concept on life is going out and creating something that they have total control and manipulation over. It's like literally putting yourself among your lessers so you can become their god. That's the way their mind works.
Well, here's the way I look at it. At my job, one of the big challenges for the engineers and the computer people, I'm a computer person. One of the things that they say is that we're bad with customers. We have no people skills. We're too cold, calculating, logical, and we operate on that level. Now, actually, I'm not like that. And a lot of the folks that I work with are not really like that. But I understand what they're saying, because a lot of unfortunately, a lot of engineers, programmers, people like that can be sort of not people type persons. And I think that's the way that some humans are just wired up. Like
You
some
can blame
people
it
are
on autism, all kinds of
all
things. That's
kinds of
fine.
crap.
That's
But
fine.
you're
But
right,
like,
though.
yeah, but like New York, Mr. New York was saying, and it by accepting
Brooklyn
this
Lou,
as,
Brooklyn Lou.
yeah, Brooklyn, we get in the car, we won't drive far, go see your mom. But no, that's more Boston. But anyways, but no, it's like they don't have the ability to experience things, or they just are too scared, whatever. And they want the rest of humanity to suffer that same fate, when that's not the same fate for the majority of us. And now we're so dependent on these technologies that they totally control. And like I said, now they are the, I don't know, little string pullers, if you will.
Well,
And
that gets into actually that's kind of a good way to get into the next topic of the discussion. I won't take too long. I'm gonna have to end the stream at about 3 hours. But the other part was this spiritual narcissism and some of the things. And one thing I will say, a lot of your more logical minded people, some of your more, even just balanced people in general, they tend to look the big turnoff with the term in Brooklyn Lou. You can kind of tell me if I'm right on this or not, but a lot of times words like God, words like spirituality can be trigger words. They can be, and there's a reason for that though. And it's not an unfounded reason either. And I agree with it. And it's the one thing me and Sophia wanted to kind of discuss because we went through it ourselves. So like me as a person, I consider myself skeptical. I don't know everything. At the end of the day, I don't know probably anything. All of this stuff is just based on feelings and beliefs and things like, and I'm willing to accept that. But the problem is with a large majority of people who consider themselves quote unquote spiritual is these people tend to speak very dogmatically. They tend to act like they know everything. They tend to believe in things that are unfounded, like magic, miracles. And if a person like me or Brooklyn Lou or someone like that were to ask them, okay, that's interesting. Can you show me the evidence for why you believe that? They may get very hostile or defensive, or because they just want you to believe. It's almost like they're more into the belief, and they're also into their belief, their personal belief. Like other people can have beliefs, but they don't want that. They don't think, they think everyone should agree with their belief. Like, you see this in a lot with religion and Christians and people like that, where they condemn you for belief the wrong thing, believing the wrong thing. They want you to believe what they believe. And, for me, the way I'm defining, spirituality is I believe you can be rational. You don't have to believe things you don't really believe to be a spiritual person. And you can find value, meaning, hope, and purpose. Atheism doesn't give you that. Atheism is just one response to one question. It's not a source of meaning, hope, and purpose. It never was defined that way. So if you're an atheist, you can still be spiritual, but you don't, and you can be a skeptic and be spiritual. You don't have to believe in, resurrections and miracles and all of this kind of stuff. But unfortunately, what we have, there's a certain personal profile, in my opinion, with a lot of spiritual people, that they seem very egotistical. They seem to be very narcissistic. They seem to want to press their beliefs as if everything is about them. It all circles around their little world. And they're not willing to listen to maybe your point an atheist point might be valid. They're not willing to really entertain that out of fear, maybe out of peer pressure, and a lot of times just out of pure narcissism, just ego. I want to prove you wrong. I like my belief. I think it's cool. I think you should believe it too. And if you don't believe it, fuck you. That's their attitude. Am I wrong, Brooklyn Lou?
You're totally right. To me, that's what I see. You know, what I see out there. Now, of course, whenever you say something like that's true, it's not true for everybody.
Right. Right.
You know,
Right.
Obviously, it's not true for everybody.
Right. That's right.
But it's very prominent in America today.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So
it's just something we can observe with people that we talk. Now, that's not to say that I don't see the same sort of behavior with some atheists too. Like I see a lot of them being also very egotistical and very pushy, or and usually these sort of atheists come from, ironically, they come from fundamentalist religious backgrounds too. And maybe that's the common denominator.
See, there's a desire to want to be right. All right. So obviously we all can fall for that, and we want to feel that what we think is better or more superior than what someone else thinks. And when we get reinforced on that, we end up forming little, I call them little tribes, where we can feel comfortable with certain people because they reinforce what we already want to believe and want to think. And it turns into a very negative thing. I've been thinking a lot about when I was a kid, because I'm older now, I'm 62, and I'm thinking back to life when I was a kid, and I just don't see it as that it was that way. Like I was Christian because I was brought up that way, but I had friends that were not Christian, that had all different beliefs, and it simply didn't really matter that much,
Right.
And now it's like it identifies you, and when your whole identity is wrapped up in a belief, something is off kilter to me.
Yeah.
Something's not right.
Right.
I mean, I'm an atheist, but my whole identity isn't wrapped up in that.
Right. Exactly.
Which is a very healthy way of going about it.
That's right.
I'm still a person, and I still.
Like, you don't think about your atheism every minute of the day. It's like, some people would say that, like, you're an idealist, but yet you put your pants on like, sure I do. Like, why should those perspectives or philosophies rule my life? Like, I don't identify with that stuff. It's just, those are just ideas. And like Caleb, you posted up a really interesting video, I think today or yesterday, about that. Do you want to speak on that? I know you presented it about the spiritual atheist video. You remember that?
Yeah, and it's like, the mainly what they were, going into is like what a lot of it, what we were saying, that it's like, once you deconstruct, it's like, that's, atheism isn't really going to, it doesn't give you, it's not a guide or to meaning, morality, anything like that. So it's like, and people who deconstruct, it's like, it's very easy to fall into that pit of nihilism, because it's like, before that you thought God was everything, and so now it's like, it's really, now you're just in this aimless void, if at least initially, like some people never get out of that, and I feel sorry for them. But
I saw it a little bit this morning, and the lady said something that was really interesting, and she said that, she goes, I have a brother who has addiction problems, and he's a Christian, and he can be suicidal, and he says that his Christianity is the one thing that's given him hope, meaning, and purpose in life to keep going. And she goes, and I could sit there and maybe I could try to reason him out of his belief or whatever, but what's more important? Is it more important that my truth be revealed to him and pushed on him, or is it more important that his well-being comes first? And she goes, because of that, I had to opt out for well-being. And then if I extrapolate that to the rest of society, there's a lot of people that they simply need their religion because it's for well-being purposes.
Yeah.
So do we want to take that away from them?
No, I totally agree with her. It's like, like I told you, it's like personally I might value truth above my own well-being, but like, does that really work on a big grand scale of like, societal, function? And it's like, no. And like, I would rather society focus on well-being than, putting truth above all else if it means that the truth will harm them in some way.
Right. And as long as our world is made up of different people, then well-being is going to look different for each person. And that was the point she was really making, and I agree with that. And this is one of the things that I saw in the debate, and unfortunately is with that asshole Andrew, I forget his last name, but he's like a fundamentalist Christian presuppositionalist type of dude who was arguing with this secular humanist guy, and he was talking about he says, you say that you're for well-being and all of that, but in the Humanist Manifesto it says that people should, and we need to create a society that overall across the board promotes the seeking of truth and the abandonment of religion and superstition in favor of truth and logic and science. And he was saying that, well, what if truth, logic, and science is not promoting well-being for some people? Some people, that's not enough for them to find what they need to be living each and every day. And it became a contentious point. But I think actually he had a good point there, because, for some people, they resonate with spirituality. And sometimes, if the word spiritual, like for me, like I was doing Brooklyn Lou, we had an interview a while back on your show, right? And I was telling Brooklyn Lou that, we don't have to say spiritual. That I don't care about the words, the semantics. That's not really what is important. The important is what really resonates with you as a human being, as an individual on this planet, trying to do the right thing and trying to live their life. Whether I call myself spiritual, maybe I'll say that around certain crowds. Maybe in another crowd, I won't use the term at all because it's kind of a trigger word,
Well, yeah. I mean, the way I feel like that woman in the interview did a very good job of like just distilling it down to like, spirituality. It's like, it's this, it's connecting deeper to yourself and to the world around you.
Right.
It involves cultivating a sense of interconnectedness and presence. And it's like, it doesn't have to go any deeper than that.
That's right. That's for me. That's exactly what it is for me. Like for me, it's like maybe you could replace that word with psychology. Like it's just a different word. It's just that spirituality has been hijacked by I think for most of us, Christianity. But there were cultures and traditions well older than Christianity that didn't entail miracles and resurrections and things like that, like say Buddhism or Hinduism. Very naturalistic, paganistic sort of understandings of the world. Ancient people would anthropomorphize things or find meaning and stuff.
It's like, if you want to go all the way back to hunter-gathering cultures, it's like animism, where it's like, all things both animate and inanimate possess spirits.
Right. Right. And spirit back then was defined as just a force of life, or consciousness, being aware. It's a signifier of life, the fire of life, so to speak. It reminds me of that Stephen Hawking's quote, but what breathes the fire into the equations that describe the world? That's what we're kind of pointing at, that fire. And really interesting stuff. I mean, I was explaining to Brooklyn Lou too, like I used to be an angry atheist. Like I used to be very opposed to religion, religious thinking, stuff like. But then I kind of grew up a little bit, you know.
Same here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like for anyone, and perhaps this is just like such a foreign concept to atheists in Europe because it's like they just grow up in an atheist culture. But it's like here in America, like, you know, deconstructing your faith is like pretty common, like almost a rite of passage to becoming an atheist. It's like,
yes,
and
and
so it's
atheism
like,
is a privilege. It's a privilege to be
yes.
an atheist.
And so to me, it's just like, you know, the deconstruction. It's like, it's almost like the and you know, even the woman that was in the interview, it's like even she had a short, you know, angry phase. And it's like, so did I. It's like, and I don't think, you know, I think the issue becomes if you're just angry all your life. But it's like, to me, it's just natural. Yeah, like you felt like you were cheated, that you know, your time was wasted. It's like you have every right, you know, especially if you were traumatized by religion. You know, you have every right to be angry.
I was, man. I was angry for a good reason. It took me a long time to get over that stuff, man, because for me it was my everything, man. And it was a family I lost. Like my congregation, they were there to support me when I didn't have money, when my heat was turned off in my house. I didn't even have to ask. They all came and showed up. And they gave me everything I needed. They all pitched in and made sure my house was well run and that I was healthy and good. And to me, that was true family. That was true brotherhood. That was true everything. And I would be a fool to turn my back on that. But then when I realized I had no real epistemology to justify any of that, it became a real problem for me. And then I eventually said, you know what? I have to go with what I know, man. This religion is bullshit. As nice as these people are, as much hope, meaning, and purpose they gave me, I've evolved. I've changed now. And then how quick they turned their back on me. How quick I became their enemy and don't ever talk to him. They had a thing out where the whole congregations could not. If you see this guy, don't talk. I was disfellowship, like. And that made me angry because I'm like, what did I do? I didn't do anything to nobody. I tried to be honest with you. And
What
I
were
was
you,
punished.
Jehovah Witty?
Yep, a JW.
Ah, okay.
That's how they do it, man.
This thing about the angry atheist, I look at myself as kind of, I'm not an angry person, so I'm not an angry atheist.
Right.
But I can be very cutting when it comes to arguments regarding religion. And I think sometimes people judge you as a human being based on how tough you are in arguing. Because I don't back down from any theist, you know?
No, I've seen that. I love that about you.
I don't mind going at it.
And let me say, Brooklyn.
But I don't think that the theist is any less than I am.
No, you're not an angry atheist at all. Like Brooklyn,
I
you're
think
one
I
of the
can
most
come
peaceful
across as
people.
one, you know?
I mean, people would have to really turn themselves into a pretzel to see that. Like they have to do some mental gymnastics to say Brooklyn Lou is an angry atheist. I mean, that's just my opinion. I understand people think that. I understand.
I like to really force the argument, you know.
Well, I mean, it's like if you think just me criticizing your belief is me being angry, then you don't know what an angry atheist really is.
No kidding. Good point.
I agree with that.
Well,
I think that people are very sensitive to, you know, what they believe, you know.
They take offense to it. You're questioning the cornerstone of my life, you angry, hateful person, you.
Right.
It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's like hurting them, even though I'm not meaning to hurt them. But if I'm really strong on a point, they take it as I am like almost physically hurting them.
It is. It's like telling a 7-year-old Santa isn't real. I mean, yeah, you're a dick for doing it, but well, you're gonna learn. You're gonna learn eventually. Yeah, I'm Santa, by the way.
Hey,
Okay,
look,
so
man, the way I look at it, and I'm not an angry atheist anymore, but still, the way I look at it is, you know what? We live in the real world, and not everything's gonna be the way you want it to be. There's gonna be people that don't believe in what you believe in, and the sooner you get over that and get over yourself, the better. That's actually part, if I may use the word spiritual growth, that's part of it. Like the first step in my spiritual journey was being an atheist for a long time, which I still am. That's part of my spirituality, is this whole principle of unattachment,
yeah,
unattachment to beliefs,
that's
unattachment to things you mental things you think you have to identify with, like this whole fallacy of identity,
yeah,
which
knocks
is
down all the walls, and now you have the opportunity to go find you.
right. There you go. And you can call it spirituality, you can just call it your life journey, you can call it whatever you want. I could give a fuck less what we call it. But it's true, and it's part of everybody's involved in this. No one's, to put it this way, everybody's on a spiritual journey, whether they call it spiritual journey or not. In my view, like everybody's on that journey, everybody, because everybody's got to come to terms with themselves, their psychology, and how they relate to the world and their inner world as well.
And that's can be called spirituality, and I can adhere to that,
Yeah,
Same.
with that type of definition.
exactly,
But
exactly.
when you get into, there's a being that's a ghost that comes into my room, I'm not going there.
Yeah. Unless he can put $1 million in my bank account, I'm not believing it. When I see that happen, I'll be 100% on board. Now I'm all for it.
Are you listening, Elon?
I think it's fundamentalism that we
Yes.
might be criticizing.
That's what it is, exactly.
Like I literally, in my personal circle, physical personal circle, almost everyone I know is Christian. Okay. And I get along with the people in my inner circle, and they know I'm not Christian. All right. But there are some Christians who will never be my friend,
right,
because I'm atheist. Right.
Yes.
So there's that, there's the dividing line. Are you the type of religious person that will accept other people for what they are? And if so, I'm cool, and I might get along really good with you.
I mean,
but if you're the type that are going to tell me that
I'll be back.
only,
Okay.
only your belief is acceptable in your world, then obviously I'm not really part of your world.
Well, I had a Christian tell me recently online on Facebook, and I've been her friend I've known her in person. I've known her for years, but she came on and she goes, I listened to your podcast the other day. I thought I'd give it a shot and listen to what you got to say. And I was listening to it and listening to your co-host, Sophia, that Sophia girl, is what she said. And then she goes, and the thing is, like, I respect freedom of speech, like it's American. I understand you can, but that doesn't mean that you can actually just get up there and just say, doesn't mean that you get to just shit on everybody's religion like you do. It doesn't mean that you get to deny the truths of Christianity and this and that. Because the thing is, while you have the right to believe what you want, you have to understand there's children watching. And you're putting children in danger of hell, and you're misleading. So I mean, maybe you ought to just think about maybe saying some things, and I think other things you should probably just keep to yourself. And I'm
they
like,
have the nicest way to tell you to shut the fuck up.
right? Like,
it's like they're worse than Canadians.
Well, it's like
it's like no. You woman. You don't like it. You don't like your kids listening to it. Then tune out.
Well,
right.
it's like,
Turn the channel.
Well, if children are watching, then we should definitely tell them that hell does not exist.
Right, exactly.
Hell does not exist. Heaven does on earth, but you got to create it, Junior. Okay, now run along. Make the world a better place.
Like, I could tell her, like, maybe from my perspective, you're the one abusing children when you tell them stuff like that. Like, what makes it's almost like there's a baked in assumption, like we're right and we're here to police you. It's like I don't understand that.
They're like a lot of Christian. Well, I'm not even go so far as to say fundamentalist, but a lot of Christians have that outlook. You know, they are the almighty AI of their children's world,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know, yeah, that's a good comparison, but boy, you don't want to be that.
No.
I want children to grow
It's like,
up. If I had my way, children would grow up learning to think and developing the knowledge and skills to form their own ideas. That would
yeah,
be my goal in
Exactly.
raising a child today.
Yes.
and to formulate their own person.
Yes,
And
and their own
they
personality and their
they
own
well,
individuality. All of that to me is human and it's beautiful.
it
It's like
is. It makes wonderful things, and they can't do that if somebody or something has their boot on their neck.
yeah, it's like
We're allowing them to cheat with the AI all the time. It's like, well, now you've got
I'll
a
be right back.
70
Well,
IQ.
it's like theists want to project their own shortcomings onto us because they'll always accuse me of like, well, if you had children, you'd raise them as an atheist. It's like, no, I wouldn't. It's like I would teach them that there's, you know, there are religions in this world, and
Yes.
you know that, you know, it's like,
Yeah.
you know, I would teach them how to think, and if they come to the conclusion that there is a God, well, then all right, I'll accept that. That they came to that conclusion on their own.
That's how I treat my own children.
Yeah.
And my own children were brought up when I was a fundamentalist. So they didn't get that when I was teaching. When they were young, they were told what to think. But I regret that now. If I had to go back, I would do it differently. You know?
Well, I bash you in the noggin. Sorry, I'm from Florida, and you know how Florida and New York people act with each other.
I'm from Florida too now. I live in Florida.
Florida. Yep.
I live
I
in
need to
Florida.
say goodbye to you guys. I need to bow out because I have to get some things done. But I just wanted to say that I kind of agree with everything you guys have been saying. I think you guys have beautiful souls, even if you don't have a soul. I think you really do. And I just want to say thank you for letting me be here. So,
Hey, Dr. Dave, it's always good talking to you, bro.
Yep.
thank
You have a good day.
Have a great day. Bye bye.
See
you.
Yeah. I don't know. There's little things in life. Like I said, I'm a student of philosophy, and one of the big things about philosophy is the methodology. That you have to, you can be taught the methodology, but you have to go out there and practice it. And by doing that, you go out and experience life. I mean, no, we all can't write wonderfully. You know, we can't even write out of college level, you know, when we're 10. But it's like you got to practice. And it's like you hone these skills and it builds you up. It builds a better person. And that's the big thing that pisses me off about AI is it's like robbing people of that opportunity.
And I see it the same way. It can be used positively, but if it's going to take your own thought process and just dictate to you what it is you ought to think, then it takes your humanity away from you in my way of thinking. And this whole thing about intelligence is wonderful. I love intelligent people. I love, you know, I don't devalue intelligence. But shoot, I can be attracted to someone who's not so intelligent as well. You know?
Of course, because
And
they're
that's
full of
perfectly
life.
acceptable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're full of life. They're wonderful people. I mean, trust me, a man doesn't want to educate a woman. He wants a woman that acts like a woman. And
yes,
it's like,
and it could be
honey,
something that's
I'm
not about intelligence that can be very attractive. You know.
It's not all that attractive. It's like, woman, you got a mouth on you and you're about to get the back of the hand if you don't shut the hell up.
Well, let me ask you this.
And
Have you heard about these people that are now getting married legally to their AI chatbots?
yeah, I
What's
heard
up with
about them
that shit?
suiciding themselves and everything else.
Yeah,
The
they
chatbot
break
was
up.
mean to me.
Yeah,
Like with men, right? Men who are straight men, right? I can't imagine having a robot that is somehow equal to a woman. Like I'm sorry. I mean,
They're not
right.
that good. They're not that good yet.
It's almost like you could have, pardon me if it ruins somebody's sensitivities here, but you could have a sexual encounter with a real live woman that you met, and it's great.
Well,
And then you could have a sexual encounter with your hand looking at a porno picture.
that's
What's
the
not
better?
same
saying,
way. That's the
not
Honestly,
same way.
saying.
what's honestly better for you?
That's the same way I describe a lot of things in life. Is like people spend too much time masturbating when they could be fucking.
Yeah.
And I don't care what it is, video games, cheating on your college exams with AI. It's like, reading books.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, the world is not on those pages. Go out your front
Yeah,
door. That's
right.
the
There you
world.
go. Right. Mental masturbation is a thing too.
It is. I mean, it's all right taking some time off and bullshitting like what we're doing, but we don't spend 6 hours a day doing this shit.
No.
Go out
And
and
not only
live.
that, it's like I told you guys before, like with my non-dualistic philosophy and beliefs and everything, they're not just mental masturbation. I try to get beyond that and actually put it into practice and find value in it. And part of one of the practices is what I do every Saturday here with you guys, just having this conversation, getting into the flow state of it,
Yeah,
expressing it. This is part of the practice. But then also, I like to go out and I make sure that I go out in nature and walk and have silence and stillness. Just experiencing that stillness gives me the benefit and the advantage so that when I go back to work and I've got to be in action mode and helping customers and stuff, I'm relaxed. I've got a nice, even keel balance, a perspective going on. I'm not all stressed and hyped from all the social media and doom scrolling and crap that
I
gets
can.
in people's
well,
way. This stuff is distracting people from living. And
yeah.
that's all really part of my practice is
Well,
let's get out, enjoy nature, enjoy yourself, spend time with yourself, check in with yourself once in a
yeah.
while. How do
Well,
you
it's like
feel about things? How do you feel about this conversation? Or how do you feel about these ideas? Or how do you feel about this situation? Check in with yourself often. Don't just be a yes man. Just don't be on the ever running illusion that I have to keep moving like a hamster in this wheel in order to be of value to
yeah,
life
like
itself,
yeah, like no,
Intros-
like
Introspection is good, but
yeah. Well,
enjoy that inner monologue.
well, to me, it's like this whole thing, like I do with you guys every Saturday. It's like to me, it's very therapeutic. I would
Me
say that
too.
it is. I would not be afraid to say that it is spiritual.
Yes, it is. That was the whole when me and Sophia, we sat Sophia is a friend of mine for years. And before we even started this podcast, we sat down and we had a long conversation. And we said we want to create something on YouTube. We don't just want to come up with a podcast because we tried that before and it didn't work out. So we decided let's do something where we can bring community and we can get people that'll be friends that can come to our living room and sit down with us, share coffee and tea, and have a nice conversation about the deeper things of life, the philosophical, the spiritual, the mystical, the atheistic, the whatever you want to do. Let's talk about it. Let's get into it and let's show the world that we can all I know Al knows this and Caleb knows this. I purposely when I go out and I try to invite guests, I purposely and intentionally try to find people that disagree with me on something. before you can come to the show, you have to disagree on something. I'm not looking for an echo chamber. That's exactly what I told Sophia. I don't want an echo chamber. I don't want everybody to be like, oh, reciting the same chants. I want us to discuss things from different perspectives and ideas and
Really?
honor that. Yeah, we honor.
Well, I know, but okay. Why don't you let me and Sophia talk about that the black kid that stabbed that football player?
We did
Give us
that
about
before. Yeah,
no, give us about 30 minutes of just her and I. You talk about some entertainment, you get a bunch of views then.
Oh, I'm pretty sure she would not mind that at all.
Might lose your channel, but
No, it'll be cool, you know. But I always also say that all of this conversation has to be done in respect and, you know, in a good tone. We have to be. I'm looking for people when we talk and discuss. We can have totally different ideas, but we have to be cordial. We have to understand, because what that does, that's part of the practice. We have to embrace differences without becoming these other people that we're not. We have to stay genuine. If all of you guys are nice people, why do we have to turn into ugly people just because we disagree? You know what I'm saying? Like, we should be able to have these conversations in a firm way, in a direct way, and in an honest way, but we don't have to disrespect each other. We can disrespect our beliefs all day long, but we should never disrespect the people, because I'm kind of a secular humanist in that way. You know, I don't really, I believe people should communicate openly but respectfully, you know.
I want to come from the same place. All right. But I'm not going to give up my thoughts.
Right.
And I'm not going to be weak on the things that I have thought through very carefully. But I always want to respect another person, and unless they do something terribly disrespectful, right?
Right. Like, if I were to get like a bunch of pre-sup apologists on here, it might go south pretty quick. Because they don't believe in that, you know.
that would be fun though.
Yeah, well, you saw I tried to get them on there, you know. Like, here's the other thing too. I like spicy debate too. I love to debate. Because the way I look at it is a chess game. I don't look at it as a exercise in ego. I look at it as a competition of ideas. And so I leave the personal out of it. So I say, let's have ideas challenge, and whoever's good at expressing the idea the best wins. But it doesn't mean it makes their belief true. Like, like when I had these debates, I used to be on these atheist skeptic channels a lot. I used to always show up, and they would ask me to come on to debate these Christians and stuff like that. And I used to always open up with this, that even if I win this debate, this doesn't mean that my view is true or that his view is false. It just means that I was able to express it in a more coherent way than he could express his views. That's all that really means.
You were the better entertainer.
Yeah, or the better entertainer. Right, right.
Yeah.
I tell Christian apologists that all the time if I do debate like a Christian apologist, I start out with the same thing you started out with, Scott. I'd say that regardless, if you win or lose this particular debate, and it doesn't matter if your followers think you won or lost, that doesn't by itself prove that you are correct or I am correct. I start with the same.
Yeah, it's a popularity contest.
It's performative.
It's performance, yeah. And he tried to tell that to Catholic traditionalists. He's like a famous or semi-famous YouTube apologist, and he came on Brooklyn Lou's show, and Brooklyn was trying to say that, and you winded up dropping him because he was he was being disrespectful though. He was like, he wasn't really, like, I saw what he was trying to do, but he didn't understand that Brooklyn Lou wasn't ready for that. That's not where he wanted to go with the debate. He wasn't trying to have this kind of, you know, pissing contest kind of thing, right? And the guy, he was just, you know, Brooklyn Lou's channel, which I advise everybody, subscribe to his channel, do the thing, man, because he's got a really good channel. It's really
I think
great.
I found it. Brooklyn Lou Skeptic.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's it.
Okay.
Really great channel. And one
I'll
thing he
be
tries to
bugging you
do,
now.
yeah, and I call into his show whenever I see he's on live. I'll jump right in. But he was just trying to have just, his usual good conversation, and this apologist came on like just he came in hot, man, like, well, how do you justify your unbelief in God? What's your primary reference?
Very easy.
You're operating from a non-God position to say there is no God, but what is your grounding? And Lou was like, well, I don't really need grounding. I just need you to tell me what is your evidence for the belief. If you have it, great. If you don't, then and he was like, yeah, but for you to even say that requires appeal to logic, and you can't have logic without God. And that was the framing of the argument, and the guy just got out of hand, and Brooklyn's like, you know what? We're not doing this. Click.
It's
Wait.
like, look,
That was the
darling.
only time I ever hung up on somebody.
Yeah.
It's like, look, darling, your gods and deities are self-defeating concepts. What's your next goddamn question?
Yeah.
I mean, to
Okay.
me, what usually shuts them up is if you go like, just tell them like, well, your God, you have no way of knowing if your God is a good God. It's like your God could be
Right.
deceiving you, so how can you rely on logic?
Right.
And if they try to be like, well, the good book tells you, well, you're just committing circular logic now.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. Theists can never depend on logic because they get to the end of the logic dots, and then here comes the God of the gap.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
another
Every
discussion
time.
for another time.
I've been thinking about that with the how do you know the devil isn't pretending to be your God? I've been thinking about that a little bit lately.
It's
Yeah.
true.
It's like the Bible says that the devil can impersonate an angel of light,
Correct.
right? So ultimately, how does a fundamentalist Christian know that the God that they believe in isn't actually the devil pretending to be the God?
They don't know that.
There's no
Just
real
assumption.
way,
I've met some. I will hand this over to the theist, and all when it comes to demons and evil, and I've had the opportunity to meet some of these things, and no, it wasn't any of the terrorists or anything sitting across the table, and it was actually the three-letter agency people, and I mean those people are fucking demons, and there's no other way to describe it.
Three-letter
Once you get
agent. What is that?
CIA, FBI,
Oh, okay.
those fuckers.
Okay.
And it's like once you get caught up with a demon, it's next to impossible to escape. And as an atheist, it's like that's quite a thing to say, but there is fucking evil in this world, and boy do the Christians have a good way to describe it.
Well, yeah, it's like it's kind of like the Jungian psychology. It's like trying to integrate your shadow, and some people don't integrate their subconscious drivers at all. They're just totally unaware. They're not very introspective, and they just operate on, it's like a robot. They're like a remote control. They just, and we know that in biology that, we're driven by unconscious processes all the time. But we can also become aware with a little help. We can seek out, help, professional help. We can get in touch with our unconscious drivers that maybe it's like built-in trauma from early on. It may be genetic. It may be a little mix of both. And we can sort of integrate. But, when you don't integrate these things, you just go through life kind of like haphazardly and with, you just act on your feelings all the time. You're just acting on your impulses, and it comes across, and it can be evil. Sometimes it can be very destructive to other people. And the way I would look at it, like evil, good, evil, these are religious terms for me. I just look at them as things that are, this just behaviors. For example, murder. Is murder objectively wrong? Well, what if there was no one in the universe that existed? Then there's no one to kill. So how could murder be right or wrong at all? Because there's no relation, there's no relative situation there. And so when it comes to evil and things like that, it's a good analogy that religious people use. It's evil, it's dark, it's bad. It's basically just the term that describes what we don't like. We don't like this thing, so we call it evil.
Don't
We like
it
this.
does not make it right or wrong or evil or good or bad or anything in between.
Right.
People need to stop conflating what the fuck they feel words mean and what they actually mean.
Right.
That's the biggest problem with the damn theist. Hell, they even make up their own words.
Yeah, and people do this all the time. It's like if they don't like it, that means it's either not true or it's bad.
It's Satan.
Another thing that I've noticed that I don't know if you got this far into the video, Scott, but it's like how atheists seem to get more offended on Jesus's behalf than Christians do.
Oh no, I didn't get to that point.
Yeah, where it's just like, you just spot people, Christians who just are being so un-Christ-like, and you're just like, you just want to be like Will Smith and be like, get Jesus out of your goddamn mouth.
Right? Dude, I'm telling you, when it comes to most Christians, they need to, because they do not live the Bible whatsoever. They use it as like a bludgeoning tool to, force their will upon others.
Well, they cherry pick because, the Bible is like a multiple choice of beliefs. It's like there's some verses in the Bible. Well, there's some verses in the Bible that says you can't own slaves. There's other verses in the Bible that says you should love your neighbor as yourself. So just depends on which verse you want to go with. And then you can always interpret slavery out of being slavery. You can also interpret loving your neighbor out of really loving your neighbor. And it just means the people of my tribe, that's the neighbor. But the Samaritans, they're not neighbors. The pagans over there, they're not my neighbor. They're expendable. So you can interpret things all kinds of ways. And that's the problem I have with the Bible as a instrument of God. It's like, couldn't God have come up with a better way to communicate his will to people than the written word?
The Bible is not written in the language that we speak today. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you read it in its context for the time period, it is very, very clear. Like this: own slaves, don't own slaves. Don't beat your slaves to death. Whip their asses, but don't kill them.
Yeah, of course.
It's in a context. Okay, love my neighbor. Am I going to love my neighbor if that cocksucker is breaking into my house? No, I'm going to shoot him.
Right.
And it says that too. Yes, somebody is using force against you. It's a time and place. That's why people have this problem with the Bible. Oh, well, it's contradictory. No, it's not. Put it into context of a situation. It's not contradictory at all.
Well, I don't know. I've studied the Bible a lot now. Like, I've studied it a lot.
Do you understand it?
Yes, I believe I do. Because it's not very hard to understand it. You just take it for what it says. If it says
literally,
it's okay, if it's okay, where it says you can own slaves, just don't beat them to death. That's what it means.
Yeah, well, everybody owned back then. And what's an ethical thing to do? Don't beat their asses to death. That's the meaning behind it.
Just
not go out and buy slaves.
Because why? And it tells you why you shouldn't do that. Because the slave is your property. Some translation says because the slave is your money. You don't want to, you wouldn't destroy your car that gets you to work every day, would you?
You're talking Old Testament shit, but all right.
But
Now
yeah,
you
but
can
I
get,
mean,
you can even get it out of that, out of the
but the
Judeo
thing,
sense of it.
and Jesus says that you should not treat your slaves harshly, and it tells the slaves, admonishes the slaves to obey their masters as though you were obeying the Lord, right?
That's
I
right.
take
An
that
indentured
literally.
servant.
Right. Well, it may or may not be indentured servant, because remember, in Rome, and even in the Hebrew system of slavery, you could own your slaves indefinitely and hand them down to your children. You could buy your
Sure.
slaves. You could buy your slaves from the nation around you, purchase them,
You
and
could
to
set them
them
free
that,
too.
and that was moral,
You
because
could.
you can, yeah, you. And so the question is, should we, if we say that all of that was moral and ethical, what would it look like if we had laws right here today in America that says, you know what, we can own slaves, just don't beat them to death?
It's the same thing.
How do you think the public would react to that?
Can we still set them free today?
Yeah, you can set them
Well, then
free after 7 years.
it says a lot more about a slave owner that sets them free instead of makes them, indentured to them generationally.
Right.
Now, doesn't it? That's the whole
But
point.
yeah, but what if you give your, what if a asshole owned a slave that wanted them for life and wanted
Well,
to hand their
life
kids
ain't
down?
fair. Life ain't fair, brother.
Oh, that
Shit
makes it
happens.
right. That makes it
No,
right.
it doesn't make it right at all.
But this is the point. If it doesn't make it right, and God is the author of this stuff,
God,
what does that
look,
say about God?
God said you need to, treat people well. And you know what?
Even your
Like,
slaves.
yeah, and set them free.
He didn't say set them free. You can hold them for
Yeah.
life. God says you can own them
Yeah,
for life.
the only ones you had to set free were if you were an Israelite.
Hebrews. That's right. Fellow
Yeah.
Israelites. Fellow
Well,
Israelites.
that was the Jew Bible. We're talking about Jesus, not the.
No,
Not
Jesus, the New
the.
Testament was written by Jewish people too.
Here's the thing about
Jesus, go ahead, Lou.
the slavery in the Bible thing. Often Christians, theists that I talk to will say that the slavery was only for a time period, right? That God allowed these things in that dispensation or that time period. But it was progressing the morality to where now slavery is immoral. But back in those days, it was a progression towards the ultimate that God wanted, which was
that flies in the face of objective morality.
yes, absolutely. And it also it's a defeater of the argument that God is the same.
Right, that he never changes.
Because he's not. I mean, if you go with that,
whoa,
God was cultural. And that's what I believe. I believe God was cultural, I mean, this was a God created by the people in the ancient Near East. That's what this was to me.
God in the Jew Old Testament, had whatever the Jewery behind him, and interpreting it. Okay, but then we have the New Testament, which is what most people follow, at least in the West. If they are Christians, and everybody just keeps omitting this little fact that God gave you free will. He's like, I told you idiots what to do. I have given you ethics, virtue, and everything else. And
But
I'm
Al,
stepping back. We're not going to do the Sodom and Gomorrah shit anymore. It's up to you apes to run your own affairs.
But that makes no sense to me, though, Al.
Why not?
Because how could God have? Let me ask you something. Let's define God first of all. Is God all powerful on Christianity?
Yes, it's everything.
Okay. Now, is God all knowing on Christianity?
Yes, I know where you're going with this.
Right.
So go ahead.
So If God knows everything we're going to do, including everything he's going to do, then how is it true that we have free will?
Because it's up to you. He gave us that ability. Now you choose. I know what you're gonna do. What the hell's God have to do with it anymore? It's up to us. We were freed. Free will. Keyword freed.
But
what were we freed from?
We're free to make our own decisions. We're not freed from, constraints. We
what
are
about
free to make
sin?
our own decisions. What about it?
So we're free to make our own decisions, but God
Yeah.
knew what those. Did God know what those decisions were from the beginning of time, though?
So, what's that have to do with anything?
Because think about it. Let's be logical. If
Not
you
logical.
right, if you know, Al, let's say you wake up this morning and somehow you know 100% that you're going to decide to get in your car and go to work. And let's say you get in your car and you go to work. Were you free to go to work?
That's your choice, and that's what we have. Why are you boxing it up?
So you're saying that you could have done different.
It's not happening. You know how
So
many days I take off of work just because I feel like it?
right, but if you knew everything beforehand, you would have known that you wouldn't have went to work. If you really
So
knew.
what?
So what?
This is
That
what you're
means that it
missing.
was
This is what
it
you're
was
missing.
predestination. It's predestined that you were going to do
If
one thing
you
or the other.
no,
Maybe I'm doing a bad job. Caleb,
You're
can
doing
you
a
help me
horrible
out?
job.
Help me out, Caleb. He's killing me here. Help me out. I'm not making sense. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I feel like you were doing a decent job. Like, if you are the author of the entire cosmos, and you are all powerful, all knowing, you know what is going to happen, past, present, future. Then to me, that's like that strips of any creature in the universe of having free will.
What do you think, Lou?
I see it as a blatant contradiction to think that God is sovereign over all things and has all power, and at the same time we can just change the destiny of even our own lives and the lives of others. There's a distinct contradiction there.
Yeah, because free will for me is the idea that you could have chosen otherwise.
Right.
So the question is, could God have decided not to create the universe?
Look, just because God knows that whatever it wants to poof into existence through a midnight fart, okay, and knows what every little molecule is going to be doing, you're negating the fact that, let's say there is a creator, the God, that it gave free will. It gave us the choice to determine our future, not our future was determined. Does that clear things up a little?
Not really.
No, it makes one part of it make sense, but then when you add the part of sovereignty or control over all things, that's where it breaks up. That's where it becomes contradictory.
Yeah, like if you wanted to be a Christian and say, and have free will makes sense, then God would have by default have to not be all knowing.
Or
Right.
not controlling everything.
Yeah.
Here's another example. On Christianity, God knows everything that he's ever going to do, right? But also on Christianity, God changes his mind. So how can God change his mind if he already knew what he was going to do? That doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's like me
Direct
saying,
contradiction.
yeah,
God has choice too.
But he
I
knows.
know what I'm going to do. I know I'm going to go to work, but I might change my mind in the morning.
Then he doesn't know.
Ooh.
Does he
Yeah,
know
you
then?
do. I know I got to go to work,
but how does he know what he's going to do if he changes his mind at the last minute?
Well, how did he know to create us when he got drunk on the ambrosia with angels? That's about the same type of question.
No, it's
How is that?
illogical.
It's very logical, Al. I don't see how you're not getting that.
It's illogical to think that a God is in control of all things, and yet we can
That's the thing.
change the course of his behavior.
That's where you're losing the point there. God stepped back. It's like, it is yours.
Right.
You determine your own future now.
Yes.
I might have had control. I gave it to you. This is my ultimate gift to you, the free will to determine your future.
And does God know what we're going to do with our free will?
Yeah.
Well, you ask him and tell me what his
No, I'm
response is.
asking you, like on Christianity, on the Christianity belief, does God know what all people are going to do?
Does he know that we're going to heaven or hell?
Right.
How do they know, or no, actually, that's the thing. You determine if you're going to heaven or hell.
Yes, so he's not in control of that.
He relinquished control. Well, that's the point you're missing.
No, you could either be in control of something, you could relinquish it, and then you're no longer in control of it.
Well,
he
you
could
know
have
what, guys?
relinquished it.
You know, guys, I'm going to give you the keys to my house for the weekend. Don't burn it down, okay? Oh, that's what God did.
What about Ephesians 1:4-5? That used to be one of my favorite scriptures. Said, "For he chose us in him before the creation of the world to be homely, blameless in his sight and go to heaven." So if we're going to heaven and he knew this from the beginning, what did our choices and what did our free will have to do with that? If he knew all along we were going to be chosen, then where's our power in that? If he chose us, we didn't choose him. He chose us. How are we supposed to make sense of that?
He chose to give us the opportunity.
So, like Jesus said at John, I think, what was it, 15, said, "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit and you would be with me forever."
Contradictory.
That's a big contradiction.
That, and it's like, let's say God did relinquish control at some point, then it doesn't make any sense that during, like, in the entirety of the Old and New Testament, that he's punishing everyone when he does have control.
Well, before he relinquished control, he punished the shit out of people. Sodom and Gomorrah is the best example, and flooding the damn earth and all that. But once he said, "I've had enough of this. It's up to you guys now. Now you can choose." See, you're wanting it to be some deterministic thing. Well, God knows everything. That's why this, that, and the other.
It's not. No, we don't want it.
Negating the fact that you have a choice in this matter.
We don't. That's not what we want. We're trying to accurately represent Christian theology.
Yeah, Christianity. Yeah, because this is what I'm getting. This is why I always form it in a question, because on Christianity, always frame it on Christianity. Like, as far as I'm concerned, it would be great if we had free will and nobody's controlling us. We're not constrained. It's got a lot of logical problems even on that. But even if we were to say compatibilism or whatever, we're free to make choices, within our menu in front of us, which you don't really have a choice. That's like saying you could either choose red or black. Which one are you going to choose? Red. Well, you were determined to do that because you only had two choices. Now you can say, well, you could have chosen black. Okay, fine. But in Christianity, you don't even have that choice. God chose this. Everything you were going to do that was going to lead to you being the chosen one was determined way before you were even born, from the founding of the world.
And like, to me, it like falls apart in the very first story of Genesis, where it's just like, you're telling me that you put these two people in a garden who can't even comprehend good and evil, and yet it's like the analogy of, you know, you put a bowl of candy in the living room and you have your child and you're like, all right, I'm going to leave for like a few hours. Don't touch that bowl. Don't eat that candy, or I'm going to punish you. And not only am I going to punish you, but I'm going to punish your descendants for all of time. Like,
Yeah.
it's messed up.
Is one thing, God is framed and defined differently by different people. But if you define God as being sovereign and in control of all things,
Right.
if that's the definition, then it's contradictory to say that I'm going to change what occurs, because then he's not, I'm in control.
See, that's being logical, but other people want to turn themselves into pretzels.
Yes.
And I
But
can't,
you can,
I
you
can't
can have
go
a
pretzel.
God. You could have a God that just said,
Okay,
all right,
sorry
well,
about that.
I created everything and now do what you want and I'm going to watch. That's possible, but generally that doesn't fit into Christian doctrine, because
Right.
they want it both ways.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You can't really have it both ways. It's one way or the other.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing with a lot of these kind of Christians is when you start talking about this stuff, it becomes a big mental gymnastics. They have to really change the semantics and the terms and the situation. They turn themselves into a pretzel. And like I told you, Al, if I could do pretzel, man, I wouldn't be on a podcast. I'd be in a porno film. Okay.
Amen.
I don't
Yeah,
do
you're right. People pollute things, and I will say that the majority of the 3,000+ denominations, they put their subjective bullshit into it.
right. Now I'm
You
not,
know,
and Al, I'm not saying that's all Christians. There's Christians called open theists, and these open theists believe that God doesn't know the future.
That's true. Or Calvinists who are just like, nope, no free will at all.
Right. Right.
The last type of theology that I had before leaving completely the Christian faith was an open theism, because I thought that open theism offered the only rational way to look
Right.
at this God.
Correct.
Right. So I was like, well, I believe in logic, and open theism offers a more rational view that he doesn't know everything. So there's a limitation. But once you go with the all-knowing, all-powerful, all in control, then it just falls apart.
Difficult.
Right?
Yeah, it's difficult. It's really difficult to make sense of it. And it's all in how you frame and define things. And that's great. You know, if you're an open theist and you say, well, God doesn't know the future, and yeah, we are, okay, well, you've kind of solved that issue, at least that one. But you know, then you still, for me, the main important problem that I have with Christianity, and it's just again based on how it's framed up, is the problem of evil. You know, why would God, who says he hates sin, he hates suffering, he hates the bad things, why would then all those things exist anyways, despite what God wants and doesn't want? That seems to be a contentious issue too. That takes pretzel logic.
Yeah. And
because of us.
And here's the thing though, Al. It's like I was about to say the theists can pretty much explain away human suffering. It's when we get to the non-human suffering that it's like there's just billions of years of animal suffering that's just somehow where does that just? I don't have words.
Why are you projecting your feelings onto something else?
Because God says he doesn't like suffering.
You know, an animal's suffering. The crocodile is sitting in a nasty ass swamp.
Now, if God likes suffering, now you've defeated that. Now you've defeated that problem.
Yeah.
So
I would say
it's all in how you frame it. Wow, that's the whole point.
I would say that God has to like suffering.
Yes.
If he's
gratuitous suffering.
If he's all powerful, right?
Well,
And he can
grasp at any straw to destroy the Bible.
And he allows suffering, then he must allow suffering because he wants to. And that's acceptable to me as long as the Christian says,
yeah,
that's the God I believe in.
Right. Then you'd be consistent.
Okay. But yeah, you can't just turn around and say, no, he doesn't like suffering. But he will watch as you suffer, and he can do something to change it, but he won't do it. Yeah. Then he does like suffering.
Yeah, and if God is not supposed to change and he is like all perfect, then it's like we could even like the idea, the concept of perfection, then it's like we can't even get to God creating anything. Like he should not, like, why would he want to do anything at all if he's already perfect as he is?
Yeah. Right. But see, the crux of the matter that I think a lot of times is that Christians don't care about any of this shit we're talking about.
No, they don't.
They don't care. They don't care about this shit. You think do you think the little old lady down at the church is worried about the problem of evil and suffering? Hell no.
No, she's worried about her free waffles breakfast on Sunday.
Yeah, or that she's going to heaven when she dies in 5 years. Like
she wants to, she wants a stage with a forced audience so she can espouse her bullshit.
Right. I mean,
whatever
the reason, right? Whatever the reasons are, but I'm just saying what we're saying though, Al, is that for people like us, these things cause us problems. Now, you can easily say, well, oh, you're just grabbing at straws. You're just trying to come up with some excuses to hate on the Bible. But these are real problems. These are real logical issues. If you really stop and think about it, they're logical issues. Now, if you say that we shouldn't really be worried about logic, we shouldn't really be worried about, that's just, you're being a smarty pants, or you're being too, you're being too skeptical about things, then you can accept it. Then why aren't you a Democrat? Why aren't you a conservative? Like,
I'm saying, take yourself out. Take yourself out. Take your beliefs out and read it for what it is.
Exactly. That's what I do.
And that's it.
And the God I read about is somebody who has no problem with suffering, right? He
not at all.
Allows it to occur all the time
because we cause
suffering, right? And that's if a Christian tells me I believe in a God that causes suffering and allows it to happen and watches, then I'm cool because that's logical.
Did you blame your dad when you got beat up in school?
If he could have changed the outcome, sure.
Mm-hmm.
If I was being beaten up in school every day and my dad had every ability to just come and stop it, yeah, I would put him in there.
Well, God allowed that. And it's, you know what? It's not your fault. It's not your dad's responsibility. And God gave, according to the Bible, God gave you the opportunity to be yourself. And, sure, there is suffering.
What if you're homosexual? Can you be yourself then?
Why do we get old? Why do we get old? Not the homosexuals. That's their choice to get AIDS.
How about natural disasters? All right, natural weather. Does God control the weather?
Well, he created the world, didn't he? No.
Well, I'm saying, do you think
he created it and stepped back? And do we have the ability to survive it? Do we have the ability to build back better?
Yes, but then your answer must be he does not control the weather. He let the weather go.
That's the whole point of the New Testament. It's like, I let it go. It is in your ape's hands now.
Okay, that's a deist philosophy.
Mm-hmm. Christians wouldn't agree with that.
No, not fundamentally.
Yeah. No, most Christians won't.
Yeah,
because they don't follow the Bible.
Right. Well, they follow a different take on it.
Mm-hmm.
their take on it.
Yeah, their take. Exactly.
Which is why there's 3,000 denominations and none of them make any goddamn sense. And
Right.
Last time
it's
I
like,
checked, 45,000. Something.
is it? Yeah, I'm losing count. They just make this shit up as they go along. And
Yes.
it's like
But why?
I've tried this out before, going to a church and asking, people as they come out, and all, what was that sermon about? And not fucking one of them has a consensus. Not one.
No.
I just take it as I feel. And it's like, okay. I'm just going to dismiss everything you people say from here on out.
The thing
Well,
is,
what do
feeling.
people? Excuse me. I just wanted to
Yeah,
say,
go right
if
ahead.
people, most Christians that I meet, and I always say most because not all, it's never everybody, but most Christians I meet do believe that God controls the weather. Right. Now, you may have a different opinion, and your opinion makes more sense to me, actually, because if he just put these things in place and watches, makes more sense than he actually controls it. Because if he is to control it, then he definitely has to take responsibility for the natural disasters that kill his own followers.
So
you
God
gotta,
is
you got to one up on them there, don't you? So there you go.
God is the Jewish space laser that Marjorie Taylor Greene is talking about.
Nice.
Well, also too, my question is, if God knew that by creating the universe and the world and life and free will, that it was going to end up with hurricanes killing his believers and earthquakes swallowing them up and all this unnecessary stuff, and he just backed off from it, and that's the only way it could have happened. To keep free will going, he had to do it that way. That he was constrained. That was the only way he could have created a world the way it should be. If he knew all that, why didn't he just choose not to create anything at all? Because it seems like that would be the more moral thing. It's like if I knew I was going to give birth, if my wife was going to give birth, and we both knew that that child was going to come out, it only lived for a week in horrible, horrible pain every day of its life.
Or a ginger.
I wouldn't choose that. I would say, you know what? God told us this was going to happen if we create a child. So I would choose not to. I would say, you know what? I don't want to have a child. If it means that it's going to experience all this suffering, pain, and stuff, then I would say the more moral, ethical thing to do would be to hold off from having a child right now. Right? But God didn't view it that way. God said, you know what? I'm going to create this universe. I know it's going to end up with babies being raped. It's going to end up with me having to flood the world. It's going to end up with me having to put people in hell for eternity and blah, 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 blah. Then I would say, let's not do it because it seems unethical.
That's your view on things.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
The hurricanes bring, it might destroy one thing, but it brings another. It might kill these people, but, you could have just got your asses out of there, all them school buses in Louisiana. Come on, guys, get the fuck out of here. But, yeah.
But what about
what's good and bad in this type of context? It actually falls on the eye of the beholder.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it does.
No, it does not. Not in
This is what the
conversation.
hand you're dealt with. Okay, this is what we're dealing with.
But this is the point you've been missing all along. We are basing this on an internal critique. We're basing this on what God says is good and bad, not what we say is good and bad. We're assuming what God is saying. God in the Bible says that sin is bad, and he describes what the sins are, like murder, stealing, all of these things. These things happen, right? So if these things happen and God hates these things, then the logical question is, why did he bring about a world where these things are inevitable?
To give you the choice to do that or not. A hurricane is not good or bad.
Right.
It is. A
But on
comet hitting the
Christianity, it
fucking
is.
earth is not good or bad. It is what it is.
Yeah, and that aligns itself with secular thought.
Yeah.
You know, things happen. I mean, when I see a hurricane that comes or a flood that destroys people, I see it as something that happened and was unavoidable. Right?
See, the only reason we're saying that disasters are bad is because in Isaiah 45:7, God says that all disaster, that all good and all bad originate from me. All disasters come from me. I am the Lord. I bring the dark and the lightness. I bring it all. I am the Lord Jehovah. That's what the Bible says. So he himself is defining what's good and bad, these things. And he even takes credit for it. He says, look, I understand these disasters are bad. So we don't have to say they're bad. God himself said the disasters are bad. But he also says, I bring them, for I am the Lord. I bring all things.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
he's the one saying that he brings bad things. So if we have free will and we get to choose to agree with God. We get to choose to say, yeah, you brought bad shit to the world. So just because we say that, how are we wrong when he himself says what's bad and good and we're just agreeing with it? That's what
Well,
I don't
again, don't quote the Jew Bible in front of me. But all right, if you want to, if since you brought it up, we'll go with a question that it's a philosophy, kind of a secular religion that atheists love to death, Buddhism.
Okay.
Define good without bad.
You can't.
There you go.
Okay,
So
what's the point though?
Yeah.
Could God make a world that was all good?
Yeah. And I understand that, like, there,
according to them, yeah.
with like theists will say, oh, if there's there's greater goods behind the bad happening, but some of the things I'm just like, well, where what is this greater good? Like, we can look at North Korea, where there are families who are put in prison, and then their offspring born into prison stay in prison, and it's like they live and die there, and it's like, what greater good is being brought about through that? Or, like, if we want to go to the extreme, it's like, let's say there's we get to the next extinction level event that wipes out all of humanity. What greater order good is being made from that? Like,
You're right. And this is the point with Buddhism. The dualistic world is where we find meaning, value, purpose, and all that. So it is good that we see bad and good for what it is. So we have to really embrace that, and that's why we have laws and things like that. So if the Christians, the kind that Al's describing, if they say that, well, the bad leads to good things, like the hurricane brings things in the future that are good. In other words, there is no bad. Everything's good. In other words, why would conservatives be fighting against the Democrats? Why would these evangelical fundamentalist Christians be trying to vote against the Democrats? The bad that they supposedly do is really going to lead to good at the end anyway. So why not just embrace the bad, the supposed bad, if it leads to good things? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, you have to understand what's bad and what's good in
Mm-hmm.
this experience. Otherwise, everything's good. Everything's God. It's like they say, what is good? God is good. God is love. Well, then what's the use of the word God then? Just say that good is good. Like,
I'm just gonna slip this in here. The Mormons would never have a conversation like this because they actually know right from wrong, good from bad, virtue from evil, and all that stuff.
what's their
But
reference?
the reference is virtue.
What's
But
the reference to virtue?
well, if you don't know the meaning of virtue, son, you got a little bit of reading to do. I'm not doing remedial stuff here.
Oh, okay.
But,
So you're saying
um,
virtue is based on what we read.
no,
A book. So a book contains virtue. Is that-
it is basically ethics.
okay,
And
ethics.
ethics are discoverable throughout human societies everywhere.
But what about societies that think it's ethical to throw homosexuals off of buildings?
Well,
Is that
that's
good? They're just doing it wrong, right?
no.
Okay, they're doing it right.
It's not ethical at all. So that's kind of
Okay,
mislabeling it.
but they say it is, and they have a book to back it up. Maybe you just didn't read enough books. You see
Do
what I'm
they
driving
know?
at?
Do they know what virtue is? I mean,
Yeah,
I find that
they'll
odd that people don't know what virtue is.
they will tell you it comes from a
Oh,
book.
I'll make it up as we go along. No, there's actual virtue.
No, and that's what I'm asking. Where do you think this objective virtue comes from?
It, for some reason, it is built into humanity because you can discover it on your own. I never fucking found virtue through Christianity.
Okay, give me an example, if you will.
Humans are creatures that make the most out of opportunities. And when it comes to it doesn't even have to be other people, but just treating their environment correctly, which is virtuously, they will prosper more. And when people realize this, they can apply it to more complex things like social behaviors. And
So,
you
so
can get a cheat sheet through the Bible. That's true. But watch out for the Christians because they're going to pollute the shit out of it.
so virtue is defined by things that are what? That are beneficial, are you saying?
All virtue is beneficial. It's not only beneficial to the individual, but for everything around them.
Okay. So these virtues, who decided what's virtuous? Who decided what's
That's a
beneficial?
damn good question. But
Right.
whatever it is, it works.
It works. So actually when Muslims, extremist Muslims, throw homosexuals off of buildings, for them that's beneficial because it keeps their society clean of homosexuals.
Well, then they're kind of on a good point there.
Right. Within their framework, they're at least consistent.
No, it's
But
with
then
any framework. You know, you got these ass buggerers that do nothing but spread disease and don't, populate a society.
but
Yeah,
that
it's actually it is kind of I'm not going to say virtuous,
well,
but it's definitely a benefit.
what if you could practice homosexuality without the diseases, and suppose it was totally clean, totally innocuous in your view, and you were
Oh,
convinced that it was, would
so
homosexuality be wrong?
I don't know what universe you're talking about. I'm talking about the one we live in.
No, I'm saying a hypothetical, a lot of
Well, it doesn't apply to
hypothetical.
what we're living in.
Yeah, sure it does. So
It's
we have safe sex, we have condoms, we have things that can make sex.
Look, there's a reason.
Scott is prodding your logic. That's
Look,
all.
okay.
All I'm doing,
Look,
I'm just testing your logic right now.
just to
I'm
make
just
you
trying
laugh.
I'm trying to keep you honest here.
And just to make you laugh, I'll give you a physiological explanation. The human body has two gag reflexes, one in their mouth and one down there.
Right?
And things aren't supposed to be going in there. It's a learned
Okay.
behavior. It is a
So,
learned behavior through abuse and neglect, and that's plain and simple. You will not find one ass bugger that has
But
not been abused and neglected.
so
But
Al,
studies definitely don't show
Al,
that.
I'm curious. Are you against oral sex? Is that what? Just,
I don't
What?
find it interesting in any way, shape, or form
What?
myself, but whatever
Okay,
floats
so
everybody
let's
else.
say
What's
let's
with
say
evolution putting the
there's
G spot down there?
there's no reason for somebody's genital can be in another person's mouth. Is that correct?
Well, you explained that one to me, partner. No, there really isn't.
I think
It's
they
somebody's
do.
got too much time on their hands.
I
There's a much better place to put it. That's way more effective to get your dilly to squirt.
But I mean, some people don't believe that though. Some people, and I'm not one of them, but some people, that's what they live for, man.
And you know what? Where did they learn that from? Abuse
From
and
their
neglect.
value. Maybe,
Every single
maybe not.
time.
Maybe not.
Al,
Because
I gotta probe you a little bit.
yeah.
So, do you think oral sex is bad? Like that's just a bad thing?
It's not a function, and there's a lot of better ways to do it. It's more like masturbation, if you will.
Well, no, masturbation is with yourself or one person. Oral sex is between two people.
Right.
Right. Look, if you're entertained by a hole, go punch a hole in the wall and fuck that. There's ways to do things, and there's ways to, well, simulate it, and the simulation is not what counts.
So just from my understanding, you would never participate in oral sex?
Not anymore. Tried it. Not interested.
All right.
Well, that's
No, I'm sorry. I've never had a chick that could get the job done. So I was like, spread them, baby. Don't worry about all this other crap. Let's just get her done.
Well,
but it just
I
seems
differ from you, Al. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Me too.
Yeah,
me too,
same.
man.
I have unfortunately, due to my extensive life experiences, I've talked to a lot of LGBT alphabet people, and every single one of them comes from a case of neglect and abuse. And
Okay.
so no.
So what does that prove? What does that do?
Yeah.
It proves that you can fuck people's heads up, that's for sure.
But okay, so how is it that you know that it's not just a correlation?
A correlation, or okay?
Because like, to me, it's like it's obvious that marginalized groups are going to grow up. They're not going to be accepted by their peers.
Caleb,
right.
I'm going to hijack this, and it's only me and you now.
Okay.
Now you are going to, drop your drawers, and you are going to insert your fist up your ass, and we're going to do this until you think it's fun.
That would just traumatize me, and I would never think it's fun.
Well, that's the thing. And people, unfortunately, what is that, Stockholm syndrome or whatever?
That's not how that works.
They side with their abuse. Yeah, it does. It's a learned behavior.
That's not how. Oh, Stockholm syndrome is being attached to whoever you're abused, but like you can't and to extrapolate that to me putting my own hand up my ass, like that's not how that works.
Well, you do something long enough, it becomes nature now, doesn't it? And it's the same thing. Unfortunately, those people are very damaged individuals, and it is sad that it happens.
They're damaged, but they'd still be gay if they were never damaged to begin with, and people need to stop abusing them.
Don't get me wrong. I love partying with gay dudes, man. They got the best drugs, and they party like it's the last day of their lives. It probably is.
No, it's not. But
they're a hoot. Don't get me wrong. But
in my experience, just my personal experience, gay people usually go to the gym, work out, dress nice, own companies, are very productive citizens, are very sensitive to an environment, different things, are very virtuous people, very productive people.
Like this whole thing that they come from broken homes.
That's
like Christian propaganda, man.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's true. They've all been fucking molested or
Do you
raped
have
or something.
have
That's
you
And
have you interviewed every gay person in the world to know that?
yeah,
I've
yeah.
interviewed enough, and it's like just put one in front of me. I'll guarantee I can get them to admit it.
Okay.
See,
But
Al, the problem
anyways,
is it seems see what people like us do, like critical people, skeptical people, we oftentimes think we don't trust a lot of this kind of stuff because sometimes what the things that you're saying could be born out of your bias.
no.
It is born out of maybe your trauma. Like
Why you try to put me in the same box and think that I have not done this
my
approach
dad, like
the
for
exact same way and come to these conclusions? I've
but see,
done this so many times, and it's like, look, when you start noticing a pattern, okay, the pattern sticks. Nobody rolls out of bed one day and says, "Well, I think I'm going to shove something up my ass."
What? Okay. Whew. All right.
You know, the Christians.
But see,
the Christians' big
the issue is see, but that's an issue in itself, though. Like we are pattern seeking creatures, and just because we see a pattern doesn't mean it's like objective. Like I know I know people from the LGBTQ community as well, and they were never in broken homes, and like
well, you're
and
not going
so
to deny this one. If somebody is abused, they will more than likely turn out to be an abuser.
they
see
can be.
but yeah, they can, but it's like you can also be the person that breaks the cycle of abuse, which there's tons of people like that as well.
We're not talking about these statistical outliers. Well, there's one good black man over there. Well, how many of you lived around? Okay, no.
The statistics aren't on your side when it comes to gay people, though.
Yeah, actually, they are.
No, they're not.
They've been molested. But the thing is, why don't you try to be friends with a gay person and get them to open up to you?
But I am like, why? I'm not an asshole.
Well, you're not that close of friends with them if they won't open up to you.
They have opened up. Like you're just. Oh, I can't write with you right now, Al. I can't.
I
don't care if you can or not. If you don't want to observe objective reality, then that's your choice.
That's what we think about you right now, Al.
I want to say something.
Right, it goes against your little beliefs and your politics and all this other crap.
I'm looking at the stats right now. It says there's no link between sexual abuse and homosexuality.
Again, who rolls out of bed and says, I want something in my ass in the morning?
You're not attracted to that. You can't control what your urges are.
Right.
Okay. There you go. There's statistical outliers. I'm not going to doubt you on that. There's 1 in a million that probably does say, I'm going to stick my toothbrush in my ass instead of my mouth.
I've known both gay people who have been molested and gay people who have not been molested. Okay. And I've also known straight men that were molested by a man that are straight. All right. So it's a diverse thing. It's not that, we look and we go, oh, well, that man was abused, that means he's gay. That just doesn't work that way.
It's not that diverse when the overwhelming numbers lead to one causation.
So show me those
Christians. Now the Christian, I'm going to flip this a little. The Christians and the Muslim or whatever, not the Jews, they love faggotry for some reason. But
no, they don't. Their book says you should stone them to death, actually.
Yeah.
But the Christians and the Muslims, I know a lot of their thing was based on like the family and the procreation because people died really young back in those days.
Just like the Jews.
So that's why that was their big hang up on it. And now today, I don't know why they still, do these archaic beliefs. Like Scott said, most gay dudes are cool as shit. I mean, whatever they do in their personal life, well, they need to keep it there, like the rest of us. But
That just
They-
seems like such a strange dichotomy to
people
like hold
do.
to hold the belief that, hey, gay people are so awesome, and then be like, well, they're just gay because they're broken. I'm just like, that to me just that's weird.
No,
You're abused people.
it's acknowledging the truth. Okay, look, it's not passing judgment. Some fucker gets raped in the ass when they're 8. Is it their fault? No,
All
not at
right.
all.
Nobody disagrees with that.
Yeah.
Nobody definitely
So
disagrees
what the
with
hell's
that.
the problem with acknowledging a pattern that leads to
But like Scott's been saying,
behavior?
yes, we could all 4 of us could bring up the statistics, and it's not on your side, Al.
It's not on your side, man. I'm looking right at it. I'm looking right at it. And I've
Okay,
referenced like 4
American
different.
Psychology Association, the same ones that think insane people are sane?
No, I'm looking at the
Are you cherry pick statistics like the
no,
Christians
I'm
do the
looking at
Bible?
nope, not at all, man. I'm looking at the National Institute of Health for one. I'm looking at let's see. I've got the other one I looked at was the SSRN library on child sexual abuse and homosexuality. I'm looking at the VUMC study finds that there are higher rates of abuse within straight people demographic. There's just so much. It's like I can't trust just because you said so. Like we
Well,
need
you
to have.
don't need to. I'd rather, instead of you looking at propaganda or taking my word for it,
But I mean, how do I know? How do we know? How do we
become
know the difference
become
between?
good friends with gay people
We
and
have.
I
actually
have
get
been.
them to
I
open
do.
up
One of my
and
friends is
share their
gay.
life.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well,
And
one of my
even
friends is black,
Beco-
but that doesn't
be-
mean anything.
becoming friends with gay people is how I got out of my, Catholic instilled
homophobia.
bigotry.
Well, I don't
Exactly.
see a problem with the gays whatsoever. They want to put shit up their ass. It's their priority.
Yeah, but then
Well,
that goes
what
back.
the hell
And
are we
then
talking about? What are you
we're
all
talk. We're talking
defensive
about.
about?
We're talking about ethics and how do we know what's virtuous? Remember, let's not lose track. You were saying that virtue is based. I have a lot of reading to do if I don't know
Is
what
it
virtue
virtuous
is.
or not virtuous to put something up your ass?
It's
Okay.
neither. It's
I
neither.
Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think
It's neither.
Who the fuck
I think
cares?
religious people have gotten it completely wrong by trying to put human sexuality in
As
morality.
right. Thank you. Thank you. It has nothing to do with morality. Yet it's all in the Bible that they should be killed. It's all in the Quran that they should be killed. It's all in these religious Abrahamic traditions that just because a person puts his dick somewhere you think is gross, that they should die for it. Like I think it's gross to put a dick in some man's ass. I do. But that doesn't mean I hate homosexuals or it's like I did just like they didn't wake up in the morning to want to stick something in their ass. I didn't wake up just wanting to stick something in some girl's pussy,
Exactly.
And I'm sure there's
It
some
just-
gay couples out there who don't like anal, and they look at straight people who do anal and are like, well, "You're weird."
Yeah, exactly,
Well,
exactly.
here's the
That'd
thing.
be me.
What does
You
it
ever
matter?
bang a chick in the ass without a condom, you get a UTI, by the way. Don't ask how I know.
What does it
now,
matter
let me,
what people do? That's
right.
what I
So,
don't understand.
this
I mean,
right.
what does it matter if a guy wants to stick his dick in another man's ass? Why does that matter to me?
Hey, if the other dude's consenting, well, whatever floats the ferry boat.
And that's it.
That's it.
So let it be.
Right. And
I'm still
so
gonna call him a fairy and a
so-
weirdo, but whatever.
So if we all if we can all agree on that, and this is what we're getting at, if we can all agree on that, then we can also agree that it's just wrong to call it unvirtuous.
And throwing them off rooftops.
Right. Because you said that made sense. You said that keeps it clean, that keeps whatever, it has a practical utility.
Oh,
We're saying that it does not.
Who are the ones using force?
The
Okay,
religious
this will get down to your root of virtue. Who are the ones using force?
out of what? This out of who?
Whatever. We use the Muslims and the rooftop and the
And the
Aspa groups.
homosexuals. Okay.
Yeah. Who's
So it
using force?
seems like the Muslims are.
There you go.
Okay. So next, what's the next? What? Therefore, what?
Well, they're not being virtuous. Throwing people off of roofs for consenting behavior is kind of a horrible thing to do, wouldn't you say?
I agree. I agree. Now, in the Bible, when it says you should stone to death a man who lies with a man, is that also are you going to be consistent?
That's Old Testament.
Okay. So when Jesus, Jesus upheld the law. Now,
Where's it in
granted,
the New Testament?
he didn't say nothing about homosexuality, except I think the Apostle Paul said something about homosexuality. He said that they will be in the lake of fire with the thieves and the murderers and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, is that virtuous?
Your context? Come on.
Context is, he says,
Don't be a Pat Yarnell on me.
Oh no, I got it right here. Hold on, I'll pull the verse and share it on the screen. Give me just a second. One second. Let me just get that pulled up. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I think it's Revelation 21:8 says, but
Read
the
it, Tess, please.
fearful, unbelieving, abominable, murderers, fornicators, sorcerers, men who lie with men, liars, shall be in the lake that burneth with fire and brimstone.
Well,
So that was
lost.
Jesus. That was Jesus who said that, according to the Bible, because he was the one speaking in that verse.
Well, their lust is what got them to say that, or had them point that out.
Why is lust unvirtuous?
Well, can lead to some unvirtuous behavior now, can it?
Okay. Could having sex, straight sex, lead to unvirtuous behavior? Like men who have sex with women, could they be leading to diseases, unvirtuous behavior, this and that? Of course, right?
Of course,
So,
a lot of different examples. Sure.
right. So it seems like that should be shelved. So it's the So I think really what it is that it's just gross. That's what makes it worthy of hellfire, right? Not that it's unvirtuous. Because
it is.
unvirtuous, like you said, it applies to straight people and gay people alike. So we can shelve that according to what you're saying, and we can say rather it's just that homosexuality is abnormal in society. That's what makes it unvirtuous, that it's kind of gross, right?
Well, they have a lot of little factors that tie into that. Like I said, at the times, if you're not making kids, you're a sinner.
Yeah.
But
that's really the point. I mean, I think really, Al, if you really think about it, you would really agree with what we're saying. You're really just saying the same thing, but I think
I'm saying the same thing, but I'm being a lot more poignant on the topics.
Okay.
And you're trying to tiptoe around them.
So you're saying that I'm tiptoeing around the fact that homosexuality is unvirtuous because it leads to, which is kind of circular, you said, more unvirtuous stuff.
Well, let me just leave it at this. When you go into the bathroom at work and somebody's in there polluting the damn thing, you tell them to courtesy flush now, don't you?
Of course.
There's a reason why that's an exit only. And no matter what kind of perversion or your sick ass need to get your rock off, is still fucking nasty. You're gonna get a UTI if you do it. You're going to get stuff all over your junk. Even if you use a condom, it's fucking gross.
We all agree with it's gross.
You got to get your nut off that bad. You're gonna go snuggle up with some hairy ass dude.
You're talking to three other straight people.
So we don't disagree with that. That's not the problem. Yet we still disagree on the virtue part. Like for me, it's neither virtuous or unvirtuous. It's basically
it's amoral.
The only time I guess the only time sex could be virtuous is in the process of procreation.
Oh God!
I mean, maybe you could say that it's virtuous in that you're
sounding like
a
real Christian right now.
Yeah, you sound like a Christian.
I'm trying, but maybe you could say it's virtuous because it makes you and your partner feel good and everything. But yeah, like I said, there's I don't know. Maybe you ever think of it like this? Maybe they were using it as some kind of tactic to get you to just kind of do the right thing.
No, not really.
Al, the last time I had sex with the intention of making a baby was a whole long time ago. Okay.
I have
no interest in having sex to make a baby ever again. And certainly I do still have a sex drive. So
yeah, that's right. We're men. That's some damn skippy.
Yeah,
I don't even know all the names of my 15 kids, so I can't remember.
All this unvirtuous behavior and actions and consequences you're talking about is rooted in our sexual drive. So why did God give us this drive that leads to all those things? It would be my question.
Well, you can make things up in your own reality, your own head, and all that stuff. I mean, trust me, a machine can tug on your boy long enough, and the fireworks will happen.
Yeah.
Oh, is it right? No. Do you need to get off your ass and go find a woman? Yeah.
Well,
you
obviously,
don't have to, though.
You don't have to.
It's the thing where you have to do these things.
Yeah, like
that's the part that is authoritarian.
Is it beneficial for you though to do all these masturbation and all these other?
The question it's all in context, because it's like if you're chronic masturbating, that's an issue that you should probably seek therapy for. But if you just masturbate every once in a while, that's just a normal thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Normal human behavior. Yeah.
Why would anyone care? That's the part that I totally missed.
Well, that's the thing.
I really don't
none of my
care
business.
I don't care either.
at all.
Well, you know what? The only time I'd have to say any of us care is when people are trying to just do this stuff in public, and it's like,
well, no one,
bro, I don't need to know about this shit.
I don't want to see with you on that. Yeah,
hell no.
I don't see it happening in public.
Yeah. I've never.
Is that not what the Bible says? Be modest.
I need my phone if that's going to happen, so I can go viral on my show right now.
That's like it's just like that's fine, but that's the thing with the Bible. It's ethics. It's teaching things that need to be put into context.
Confusion.
Well, I guess if you do read it literally, you will get confused.
Yeah, and if you read it illiterately, if that's a word, if you read it without the literalism, and it's all just allegory, it can mean whatever you want it to mean. Then you sound like one of those postmodernists. Oh, it's just whatever you want it to mean.
Yeah.
No,
do you want to disappoint Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, do you want to really disappoint Jordan Peterson with this line of logic right now?
What's the message behind Superman, Spider-Man,
right,
Spawn, You know, name your characters.
I get it, dude.
What's the
What have I
message
been
behind
talking
it?
about this
And
whole
people are
time?
that fucking
I've said
stupid.
the
They think
Bible,
that
the Bible, all these holy books, all these spiritual books, all these books of other people's experiences are just ways of teaching some sort of kernel. It's kind of like that's how the ancients did storytelling. Like they never
yes,
really did history like that. Like the Adam and Eve story, I don't even think they meant it literally. Now, a lot of funny Christians will disagree with that and they'll say, well, Jesus certainly took it literal because he used it in his sermons against people. Like, just as in the days of Noah, men were marrying women and women were being given in marriage, children were being born until all of a sudden on that day, God sent the flood, So he obviously took it literal. But maybe you could look at it like it wasn't literal, and maybe Jesus was using it as allegory too. Maybe his story wasn't meant to be literal either. So where do we draw the line? And that's where we
that's the
have
point.
problems.
Yeah. Well,
No, that's the point. And people, their minds are so closed down, including myself. And I don't know if I'm ever going to get to this point. What people were 100 years ago, they could read and they could understand the meaning behind something instead of, well, it's not spelled out literally, so this is garbage. And
Right.
and that's the whole point. Like Superman, Spawn, all them.
But
Be the good guy, be virtuous.
now scholars will tell you that many books of the Bible, especially the prophetic books, were meant to be literal. And they'll say that you can tell because they spelled it out that way. And see that's the problem. That's why the Bible is like this multiple choice of beliefs. You can cherry pick anything.
Yeah, like take Genesis. Like to me, that's like if we were going with the original intent, then to me it's like the Hebrew writers. If we're going by what they wrote, then it's like to me it's obvious that they probably meant that in a literal sense because it's like they're trying to explain the world around them, and so it's like, well, here's our creation story. And then over time, that evolves into something more allegorical. So it's like, not only are we like looking at these books, like trying to figure out, is this allegorical? Is this literal? But like sometimes this stuff just evolves into different things over time.
I think what Al is saying is the Bible's a pretty good book. Just don't overthink it. It's basically what he's saying.
Yeah,
he's just saying don't think too much.
You're right.
You're asking humanity to do something they're just
not gonna do, right?
They
really take this shit serious.
No, the problem today is people overanalyze, they project themselves in, and it's like, can you just look at something for what it is and appreciate it for what it is?
That's
Bible is nothing but a book of ethics. I mean, you want to see one of the dumbest fucking books you'll ever read in your entire life? Go get the goddamn Book of Mormon.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit.
And see, this is the thing.
I can't read it.
Just like you are saying, don't overanalyze it, don't overthink. Just take it for what it is. That's exactly what the fundy evangelical Christians are saying too. They're saying that people like Al are the ones that are overthinking it. And it's really them that have the truth, which is just plainly what it says. They're like, just read it for what it fucking says. It says if you fuck people in the ass, you're going to hell. What's there to fucking figure out? What's there to figure out, Al? Like, we don't need to be like, it's not that complicated.
Your dick will be in hell.
You can say, well, it's allegory. It doesn't really mean it that way. It's like, no, the evangelical fund, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that the fundies will say, no, it says if you do that, you're going to hell. What's there to figure out?
Well, your dick's going to be in hell because you're going to be pissing lava for a week.
Okay.
But no, it's the meaning behind it. It's like, okay, is this the best for me? Yes or no?
You're not Christian or a Bible follower at the time when you realize you just don't give a shit anymore about what the Bible says.
Yeah.
And I've been there for at least a decade. I
Well,
really
Lou,
don't even care anymore.
I've been
well,
there for
Lou,
like
it,
2.
it seems
I
like
don't
you.
give one shit what the Bible says. I've
It's
read it. I've read it several times, cover to cover. I've read commentaries about it.
Scholarship.
Right now, I don't give a shit what the Bible says.
well, Lou. It seems like you live the best parts of it. Just from the short time I've gotten to know you. You care about family. You care about the benefits on things that really count in life for like the next generation that's coming up. It seems like you live the Bible.
No.
You're kind of like me. I don't give a fuck about the Bible. Okay. But there is a right and wrong way to live life. And that's just one way to get the knowledge to learn that.
Well, we determine that for ourselves, I think. I mean, I determined right and wrong for myself, and that was after Christianity. When I was Christian, I was being told what right and wrong was. Now I actually think for myself.
Well, remember what Catholic traditionalists told you, though, Brooklyn, Lou. Remember, he was saying, well, you're just borrowing from the Christian worldview at that point. You're
I know.
borrowing.
It makes no sense to me because I'm not borrowing at all.
Well, if that's true, then they were just borrowing from the Jews, and the Jews were just borrowing from the Canaanites.
And the Canaanites were borrowing from the pagans. Yeah.
Goddamn Christians, all they borrowed from was Aristotelian philosophy.
Exactly. They did. Like that, and Plato, in fact, especially when it came to the soul and stuff like that.
Yeah, the woo part. Yep.
Yeah, the woo-woo
Now,
stuff.
when you take note of who's borrowing from whom, it always strikes me straight in my eyes that they're always borrowing from men. Men wrote the Bible. Men followed different philosophies.
That's right.
So there's no God needed. I mean, if you want to just follow men, there's plenty of philosophies and things you can do.
Well, just don't follow
one man over another.
Just don't follow women.
Just don't say that it's a god, because it's not. It's human beings telling you what to think. That's pretty much
I'm with you on this, Lou. I'm with you on that one, because it's just like, look, we have discovered what's good for us and bad for us, and boy, do we have some really interesting ways to explain it. And I don't know why there has to be some supernatural being interjected into it. I mean, it is magical when you do discover it. It does seem like maybe you could, but there's no reason to accredit it to some god or fucking deity.
No, we agree on that.
Yeah, I agree on that part.
Yeah, we do.
Like,
And the Christians, especially Pat, would get all over my ass. Well, you're arrogant, self-absorbed. You can't attribute it to the rightful source.
Yeah.
Like, motherfucker, you don't even know this goddamn source. You make this shit up as you go along. Shut up, Pat.
It goes along with spiritual narcissism. There's an ego thing at work with that part. That they want to be right. They want to value what they've been pressured to believe, and they want you to do it too. It's almost like, who are you to think you're too smart that you can't believe what I believe, that you disagree with it? I'm almighty wise. I'm in communication with God through the Holy Spirit. Who are you to disagree with that? I'm going to show you. And then they never can. And they get mad.
Al was getting to a deeper point, though, where he said that, the Pat the Christian is just making up as we go along. But I would encompass that to include all of humanity. We've just been making this shit up as we go along.
Exactly.
And the sooner we figure that realize that, the better.
Oh, you're right. Caleb, at former work, I should say, Yeah, I'd have people come in, meetings and stuff that like that, and it was like you could only really listen to about half of what they were saying, and the rest was just interjected bullshit of what they feel. And, you know, that is enough to make good decisions off of. And I think that's the point of like Scott's show is, we all got our own little take. I mean, we're all out for the same goal. That's damn sure.
Yep.
And yeah, there's a million paths up, down, and around the mountain to get to the other side. Now, isn't there?
And that's the raw truth of reality is that we have people like me, we have people like Lou, Caleb, Al. These, we represent, a lot of people out here in society. We're just individually expressing it. But the difference is we can sit here and talk about it. We can each think we're crazy, and we can listen to each other's ideas and think, wow, that's some fucking fucked up shit right there. But we're talking. We're actually discussing it. We're actually bringing it out in the open and then conversing and showing different ideas. And we can go home and think about it. We can sit down and we're going to think about it, and we can maybe evolve. Maybe I can change my view a little bit based on what Al said or what Lou said or whatever. And this is how we grow, but we're never going to grow if we're in an echo chamber or we're just stuck in our own, stubborn way of thinking. So the whole idea here is that we can actually bring these diverse opinions and viewpoints and perspectives, and maybe grow together wherever it leads. We may still all split off into different views or whatever, and that's fine, but this is the fun of life. This is the juicy stuff, man.
Hey, that's where I totally am with you, Scott.
Yeah, man.
I mean, if I had, again, the love of my life in my life now, the female companionship, is Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And yet we get along really good, and I value the relationship. All right. And we don't have to agree on that.
Right.
Well, no, it works for her, and she's a good person. So there you go.
And
How
I think
can you
she's
ask?
a terrific person, and I'm pretty sure she thinks I'm a good person.
Yes, how could you ask for better?
And that's
Right.
good enough.
Yeah.
That's good enough. Right.
I don't really need anything more. I don't need her to think like I think.
Man,
and she doesn't need me to think like she thinks. And it works.
It's beautiful.
That's beautiful, man. That's what it's all about. And that's what, I've been trying to promote on this little show and this little platform is that spirit, man. I want to promote that idea, that mentality. I want that to be the new norm, that we can do that. We don't have to hate each other over petty differences and of opinion and perspectives, because there's so many different ways to look at everything, the Bible, God, whatever, sexuality, whatever it is. We don't have to really hate each, because what are we really going to accomplish by being at each other's throats on this stuff? I mean, I understand these are difficult conversations. I'm be honest with you, these are difficult fucking conversations to have. I mean, you can't.
Yeah, the sexual perverts. I'm surprised one of you didn't say pop an eye out and skull fuck someone for a good time.
I'll do it.
I bet
Don't threaten me with a good time, Al.
Yeah, where's the skull, Al? Where's the skull?
Show us the skull. Show us.
You're lucky I'm not with you. I'm gonna throw holy water.
And I got my Jesus juice right here to lube
Your
up.
Jesus.
Yeah, I got my sacramental wine today. I'm doing good.
Okay. All right, man. Well, that's a good point to leave it at. I think I got to get on out of here, but this is a good place to, I think, stop it here. But
cool.
Man, thanks for dropping in, guys. Thanks, Lou, for dropping by. It's a rare treat to see you. And,
I like to stop by when I see you on.
Hell yeah, man. And and let me know when you come back on. I need to know, because I work, certain hours, and I always end up missing you, but I want to pop in. So if you know of a good time,
I'll check.
I go live just whenever
I know.
feel like it.
Yeah, I'll check out
I
Lou's
don't even
channel.
prepare anything.
Yeah, here's one of Lou's videos you could subscribe to. I'm gonna check it out in a minute.
All right.
Cool, man.
Well, anyway, have a good one. Thanks.
I had a
All
great
right, man. We'll see
gay
you.
time
Y'all-
with guys.
I
All right,
had a
guys.
really
Have a
gay.
good week.
I had a gay old time, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
All right.
See ya.
Bye bye.